Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online. Or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the rich.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
State Security Council meets with community leaders to ascertain cause of recent mayhem in the country, even as the bodies of 12 slain soldiers are laid to rest in Benue State.
Safety and accountability, topmost considerations as National Primary Healthcare Partners ICPC over COVID-19 vaccines.
Nigeria Governors Forum engages French government on greater bilateral trade relations.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we shall discuss judicial interventions in elections.
For an election to be termed or seen as successful, it must undertake its full course as a political process and upholding same in accordance with stipulated and defined laws from time to time.
Yes, indeed, Kirian, and working within the ambit of the law for the success of the electoral process, obviously, would confer rights, duties, and responsibilities on agencies as well as institutions whose duties are to manage the elections and ultimately declare the outcomes.
Well, this is so imperative, especially for a nation such as ours, with the checkered political leanings, gleanings, and mixed regimes in system of governance over the period in history. Matters of elections and irregularities and resolutions have always been on the table for cross-examination.
Well, since the country's return to democratic governance in 1999, the political landscape has witnessed a deluge, as it were, of election-related disputations, which are usually taken to the tribunals as well as courts. And obviously, the numbers are not any time abating soon, Kirian.
Yes, and you know, in most cases, all elections, but most elections end in court. But in the course of today's program, we'll be able to ascertain, you know, why those cases even linger for a long time. Sure. And so today, from the evidence of litigation, showmanship as seen and heard from the political gladiators, we shall meet in court after. Let's get on with the election first.
That's right, Kyria, and that tells you that in a good number of cases, some of the candidates or the contestants in the elections appear to believe less in the ballot paper that is cast on election day, and instead would say, all right, as you indicated, we shall meet in court, namely that the court somehow is taking on the role of becoming the returning officers in elections, whereas the body empowered to conduct elections. Conducting an election also means just going through the entire process, meaning declaring a winner, and that election management body has the authority of appointing a returning officer. But as we have seen, matters, of course, do go from tribunals to the courts, and in some cases right up to the Supreme Court before winners are declared.
That is correct, and the jurisdiction by judiciary to intervene in elections might be needing a revisitation bearing all the resonating concerns in recent times in mind, as indicated, especially where courts rule as returning officers to elections.
That's right, no question about that. So one question to ask is, where shall we draw a line in the role of the courts in the electoral process? It's almost inevitable that there disputes will arise, but what should be the proper role of the courts? Now, the courts are supposed to play the role of returning officers by returning candidates who sometimes they didn't even score the majority of votes in a particular poll, probably second or third or fourth. This is one issue, of course, that is raging, and recently a former head of state, of course, lent his voice to the canvas of opinions, asking for a redefinition or redelineation of the role of the judiciary in electoral matters. So that's the focus of our conversation segment today on Good Morning Nigeria. I would like to welcome you to the program. My name is Kingsley Osadolo, thanking you for tuning in to Good Morning Nigeria.
And I am Kyrian Umai, also welcoming you to our program this morning. We're broadcasting from Abuja here, and of course, you're on to the network service of the NTA. As usual, you should expect the complementary segments, which will include newspaper review, business, and others. For now, let's join Blessing Abu for the news highlights. Good morning, Blessing.
Good morning, Kyrian. Good morning, Kingsley. Welcome to the news highlights. The Benue State Security Council has met with community leaders of Konshisha local government area to ascertain the cause of the recent mayhem unleashed in the community. Governor Samuel Otom, who chaired the meeting, says the council condemned in strong terms the killing of 12 soldiers.
To end the lingering crisis between Oju and Konshisha, the meeting resolved that the demarcation of the boundary between the two local government areas be carried out as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, the slain 12 soldiers in Benue State were buried at the military cemetery in Wurukum, Makodi. Governor Samuel Otom was in attendance and promised to assist security agencies in fishing out the perpetrators of the attack.
I want to assure the Nigerian Army, the families, and in fact Nigerians, that attack on security men is attack on all. I equally want to apologize to the families of the bereaved. At that time that I made those comments of 2 soldiers, it was the information available to me.
Still in security matters, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ibrahim Atahiru, has reiterated the commitment of the armed forces to improve security situation across the country. During an appearance before the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the purchase of arms and ammunition by the armed forces from 2010 to date, the Army Chief forwarded documents requested to aid the investigation.
Continue to remain partners in progress. We'll continue to work for the Nigerian people.
The quest to stabilize Nigeria's economy is compelling governors at subnational levels to broker greater trade deals with the French government for enhanced economic and security benefits of the two countries. The development is being fashioned along bilateral support in the areas of investment growth and capital infrastructure.
useful suggestions from all the states, and then with a request for interventions and collaboration.
We have 100 companies that are settled here, representing 10,000 people working in these companies. And so we want really to increase our investment in Nigeria.
A 33-member technical working group has been inaugurated by the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, Sadiya Omar Farouk, to ensure effective implementation of the federal government alternate school program.
Through this program, every child, irrespective of social, cultural, and economic standing, can gain access to quality education using the federal government's social investment programs. It will also equip the children with lifelong skills to enable them in the future contribute meaningfully to the Nigerian economy.
To Health Matters, now in line with its determination to ensure accountability and transparency in the deployment and administration of COVID-19 vaccines in Nigeria, the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency is partnering with the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. The collaboration will ensure all appropriate anti-corruption, accountability and transparency measures are established and sustained throughout the 4 phases of the COVID-19 vaccination campaigns. The ICPC will track and monitor the deployment and use of COVID-19 vaccines across the country, with a focus on 4 critical areas of theft and embezzlement, service provision, vaccine availability and advisory. The Executive Director, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, Dr. Faisal Shoaib, therefore assures the public that those with intentions of perpetrating any unlawful acts in this regard, such as extortion, diversion of vaccines and funds meant for the vaccination exercise, will be apprehended and made to face the full wrath of the law. The general public is therefore encouraged to report any act of corruption in the vaccination process to PHCADA, that's the body, or ICPC. The downward trend of COVID-19 infections continues in Nigeria as the country recorded 74 new cases in the last 24 hours. Breakdown of data reported by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, shows that Lagos has the highest number with 30 cases, followed by Enugu and the Federal Capital Territory with 11 cases. Akwa Ibom has 8, while Osun recorded 5. Kaduna has 4, Ebonyi and Rivers both got 2 cases each, while Ekiti presented just a case. Total of confirmed cases stand at 163,911, while 154,225 patients have been successfully treated and discharged, while 2,061 deaths recorded so far. And that's the morning news. Good Morning Nigeria continues with Kingsley and Kieran just after this break. Stay with us. My name is Blessing Abu. Good morning.
Contemporary times require practical skills to remain competitive and relevant in your organization. Therefore, take advantage of NTA TV College short proficiency courses to sharpen your professional skills. Basic Broadcast Accounting and Auditing. Date 19th April to 30th April 2021. 2 weeks. Audio Engineering, Operations and Maintenance. Date 19th April to 23rd April 2021. 1 week. Protocol, Event Management and Public Relations. Date 3rd May to 14th May 2021. 2 weeks. Intermediate Camera Operation Techniques. Date 17th May to 11th June 2021. 4 weeks. The course fee for the 4-week course is 100,000 naira per participant. The fee for the 2-week course is 80,000 naira, while the course fee for the 1-week course is 40,000 naira only. Accommodation inclusive. Venue for all the courses is the serene and secure environment of NTA TV College near Old Government House, Rayfield, Jos. For more inquiries, please call 0803-314-4383 or 0806-980-9807. NTA TV College, Jos, training you to be the best you want to be.
If na one thing we are not like, now stop on so. Make you not near me or my family. I mean, you know they hear. I will deal with you drastically. I will deal with you protectively. They finish you nutritionally. Because this golden one cereal where we enjoy for breakfast, it contains iron and vitamin C, where they help boost our immunity day by day. Or yeah, if you like, Come try me.
Golden Morn. Make every day amazing.
Nestle. Good food, good life.
My name is Boss Mustafa, the Secretary to the Government and the Chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19. I've just had the rare privilege of taking my first dose of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine, and I can tell you that we are doing very well in terms of our response and the administration of the vaccines all over the country. As strategic leaders, we are supposed to lead by example, and the President did precisely that on Saturday with the Vice President, and we are continuing in that particular direction. The essence of taking these vaccines is to help us really fight this COVID-19 virus, and the combination of the non-pharmaceutical measures and the vaccine is the way to go in 2021 and thereafter.
Download the Airtel TV app to watch all the fun and exciting performances of The Voice Nigeria Season 3 every Saturday on Views Channel at 9 p.m. The Voice Nigeria, connected by
Airtel, the smartphone network.
All right, you are watching Good Morning Nigeria on NTA's network server. It's time for business news, and we join our correspondents right away.
The federal government recently launched the 50 billion naira export expansion facility program to cushion the effects of COVID-19 on non-oil businesses. The program aims to build capacity of exporters and trade facilitation, which will eventually support MSMEs to export to other African countries. A trade expert, Maureen Edeozo, said Nigerian manufacturers should improve on the quality of their products now that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement has taken off.
They should try to export legitimately. They should come to NEPC to find out how they can support them. They should also try and make sure that they get the right standards for their products. There are international certifications. There are also quality certifications that they need to get. So if their products are in the right form and they are exported through the proper channels, they'll get returns. The EDF is an incentive. There's also the export expansion grant, which is the other incentive. But companies who export without going through the right processes never come back to get those incentives.
She emphasized that the program will equally safeguard jobs and create new ones. With business news, I'm Kunle Adeye.
Well, thank you, Kunle, for that business package. And next on the program is Newspaper Review.
Newspaper Review, Baya Tebe is with us this morning, as always. Baya, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Kisule.
Yeah, Baya, good to see you today.
Thank you, too.
All right,
Good
now let's
morning,
begin with the
Nigeria.
Punch newspaper for today. Punch newspaper. Above the nameplate of the newspaper, we have a manufacturing sector intervention fund, now 803 billion naira. That's according to CBN. That's on page 30. EFCC picks up Okorocha Ex-governor faces interrogators over money laundering. It's on page 9. Saraki 2023 presidential bid posters flood Abuja. It's on page 18. Now, BOA, 27 others now have active refinery licenses, as according to DPR. The story is on page 27. Now, the lead story this morning is a legislature judiciary autonomy. Governors oppose Buhari's executive order 10, but back financial autonomy. According to Lalong, federal government can't force governors to enforce financial autonomy. Plateau State Governor. NGF plans talks with judiciary workers to end Jason 8-day strike. All that on page 2. Excuse me. Now, at the foot of the Punch newspaper, we have some stories. Man suspecting Niger imam of amorous affairs stabs the cleric to death. That's on page 7. Kano establishes 3 Almajiri schools. Also on page 7. Gombe declares 24-hour curfew as 15 killed in communal clashes. Details on page 9.
All right, Kieran, I think we should give you some time to take some.
Yes, but I can
take some fluid.
But let me complete this one because it's already there. I'm already there. Adeboye visits El-Rufai. Governor says Nigeria needs divine intervention. It's on page 38. Bauchi plans sex workers head count, repatriation to states and local government areas. Also on page 38. JAMB accuses Uni Abuja others of giving illegal admissions. It's also on page 7 of the Punch newspaper. Kingsley.
All right, Kieran, thanks. Let's take a look at the Daily Trust front page. Right below the name flag, 9 bodies found inside valley in Cross River. That's page 6. PDP set to reconcile Tambuwal, Kwankwanso, and others. And day 2 of Ramadan, you have the timings there, also indicated, and details for over 100 other locations. The list story comes with a kicker. 7 years after abduction, that's 7 years today exactly, we want to see our daughters before we die, as attributed to Chibok parents, with 4 riders. 112 girls still in captivity. Most of freed 107 students yet to pass SSCE. Nigeria yet to learn from Chibok tragedy, that's according to Amnesty International. And others dropped out and got married. And the photograph on the front page there shows the breaking of fast, that's the iftar, at the National Mosque in Abuja yesterday. JAB nullifies admissions offered by Uni Abuja and others. That's on page 4, and that requires, Kieran, I know that you also read that headline. Yes. That requires some details by us so that we can have more clarity on this. It says JAB nullifies admissions offered by Uni Abuja and others. That according to JAB, that's speaking out through the head of public affairs and protocols, the universities were reported to have been issuing admission letters to candidates without recourse to the board, and that these admissions were offered outside the central admissions processing system, which was instituted in 2017 as an automated platform to ensure that admissions are transparently done to protect the interests of all desirous of tertiary education in the country. According to the statement, candidates who pay acceptance fees for such admissions that had not been processed through CAPS had done so illegally. Consequently, such admissions are unacceptable and offensive to extant rules and regulations governing admissions into tertiary education or tertiary institutions in the country. All right, so we return to the other headlines at the foot now of the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper. Canada denies Nigerian asylum for being ex-SARS operative. That's page 12. EFCC arrests Rochas Okorocha in Abuja. Page 4. And Ganduje distributes resources to bolster free and compulsory education. Details on page 6. Bio.
Thank you, Kingsley. Let's start with the arrest of Senator Rochas Okorocha. It was done at Garki at his private office. The Daily Trust actually reported that the FCC said they did so Tuesday after he had allegedly shown invitation on several occasions for allegedly questions he deserved to answer over alleged money laundering charges. He was governor of Imo State between 2011 and 2019, and he has been allegedly accused of embezzlement and misappropriation. It will also be recalled that of recent, he had an altercation for which he was arrested in Owerri. This was because a sealed property, which was confiscated, he had entered the property and has said that was said to be illegal, and he was arrested by the police. Meanwhile, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has cautioned that polio virus eradicated in Nigeria could resurface. Speaking at a media dialogue on routine immunization, UNICEF community specialty Elizabeth Onetolo says that the only way to keep safe is to vaccinate every child and maintain a healthy immunity. He says it's been 2 years without any recourse for any polio in Nigeria. However, this recorded success, he says, is still fragile, and the measures that has to be taken include immunization coverage that is currently very low. Many parents are not compliant as their children are not vaccinated for polio. Environmental sanitation and personal hygiene in some communities are still very low, and that portends for grounds for a polio outbreak. He also spoke about COVID-19 vaccination, and she says many Nigerians are scared from misinformation, and it behoves on the media to help change the attitude of Nigerians. People need to get vaccinated. Governors across the nation on the second day of Ramadan are suing for peace. Governor Ben Ayade of Cross River State says that the faithful should seek God's intervention in the myriads of challenges facing our great nation. God did not make a mistake, he says, bringing people of diverse culture and religion to form a country. Similarly, Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State also says that sacrifices and ceaseless prayers are critical to overcome the insecurity in the nation. He called on Muslims to pray fervently for security and also enjoin them to extend hands of fellowship to Muslims as well as non-Muslims. Governor Muhammadu Yahya of Gombe State called for sustained prayers to end coronavirus. Meanwhile, Pastor Enoch Adewoye, the overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, visited Kaduna and expressed concern for government of Kaduna State as well as the people. He observed that Kaduna State has a security problem beyond the government and expressed optimism. He says divine intervention is around the corner. He was in Kaduna to see church members who recently regained their freedom from being kidnapped. And he prayed that peace of the kingdom of God is to be established in Kaduna and our nation in the name of Jesus. The Edo 2020, the National Sports Festival, is coming to a close between 6 to 9 p.m. today, and is expected to be declared closed by Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo. So far, Delta has bagged 139 gold, 98 silver, 92 bronze. Edo is second with 118 gold, 100 silver, and 91 bronze. Guess what? Bayelsa came third with 50 gold, 49 silver, and 55 bronze. The traditional states have been pushed back. So far, 30 states have been able to secure one, and the FCT have won 1 gold medal or the other. 31 others have won silver medals, and 35 have won bronze. Borno State surprised everybody. They won 2 gold medals in boxing. You see the determination in spite of the devastation of the insurgency.
In boxing?
Yes, in boxing. Yeah. Yes. States that have not won any medal so far.
Do you know the weight category in which they won? I have not followed the details of the boxing.
I also missed the details, but the report indicated that the determination of the boxers from Borno State, in spite of the challenges they are facing, contributed tremendously into their success.
It's truly heartwarming. It's truly heartwarming. But in terms of the standings on the medal table, it's worrisome when you look at the gap between the top two Yes. And the others. You could virtually tally the medal haul by the other states, and they probably would not be anywhere near what Delta or Edo has. So you have to ask yourself the question, what is happening to other states in terms of preparing their athletes, or in terms of even organizing sporting competitions?
Look, traditionally, historical also speaking, when it comes to the sports festival in Nigeria, Edo and Delta have always come tops. And when the two states were combined, when they were,
Midwest and then
Midwest,
Delta.
you don't near them.
Midwest and Bender.
You don't come close to them, right? So that shows the fact that, look, in that part of the country, we have great athletes. No doubt about that.
No question, but I'm saying that the gap, the gap is worrisome. So you would expect that some other states, Lagos at some point was playing catch up. Yes. But I think Lagos, the last time I checked, the medal table was some 20-something or so gold medals that they had. I don't have the table right here in the paper that I have in front of me. But it's just to say that this is the kind of challenge that state governments will say, all right, this is what we're going to do. This was our position at the last National Sports Festival. Which sports can we develop? Who are the young talents that we can begin to groom? And then you see so that at the next event, at the next sports festival, you bridge the gap.
And to add to that, you know that athletics is about personal determination.
That's true.
It's mostly individual sports.
Yes,
so you need to develop yourself as an individual.
Also infrastructure. We are talking about the former Bender State. There was this infrastructure, Afuze, and it went a long way in developing the sport. And don't also forget, Delta had deliberately planned that they wanted to maintain their top position. Edo said we were going to host and win, and they also devoted a lot of time for sporting activities. So it is the level of dedication and commitment to the sport. Sports is a long-term investment, and when you invest, you tend to reap the medals at the end of the day.
That's right.
Yes.
Kieran, when you were speaking, I just remembered also, I'm sure Bayo will also remember, it's Central State.
Yes.
Which today is broken into a number of 5 states or thereabout. Central State was also a top performer, even though it didn't overtake the Midwest. And they produced a good number of athletes in other sports. I mean, Tony Moore was a great tennis player, but I think his child is also now on the international circuit. Plus, of course, the fact that he had Enugu Rangers that emerged after the Civil War, even though, Kieran, I don't want to remind you of what happened in October 1978 at the Challenge Cup final at the National Stadium in Lagos. 3-0 against Rangers.
Before you go into Bender Insurance and Rangers rivalry, let me
where is Bender Insurance today?
My story.
We still have Rangers. Rangers is still on board. I don't have Bender Insurance anymore. They are fizzled out.
No.
So that tells you consistency in football.
Insurance is still there.
International.
Insurance is still there. You have to be careful. They're still there because the deputy governor of the state even registered as an amateur to play for insurance.
Gentlemen, are you aware that passengers on Abuja Kaduna train are now calling for restoration of food services? They are saying that with the level of development and the containment for polio, and also with vaccination going on, they are calling on the Honorable Minister of Transportation to restore food services. And Daily Trust says that their research there indicated by 3 a.m. every day, they found out the trains are fully booked and seats are not available up to the next day, so persons are stranded. And one of the critical issues is that you get there, tickets are finished, and some guys are hanging around the corner and they are giving you the ticket at cutthroat prices. So they are saying that with the level of improvement, the food services should be restored. The other one is also in Abuja here.
Why don't you just increase the number of coaches?
Yeah.
Increase the number of coaches.
Well, the managing director says he's going to raise the issue with the minister. But meanwhile, in Abuja here, the Federal Capital Territory Administration says they are going to reintroduce, you remember the park and pay policy suspended 7 years ago. The Secretary for Transportation, Usman Yahya, says that, well, initially, an FCT High Court had ruled that the system didn't have any legal backing. I recall also that the National Assembly, one of them specifically, passed a resolution that that thing was illegal and it should be stopped. But they are now saying that it is going to come back in May. And this time, they have 4 companies that they have registered that will take charge of that. So drivers beware in the Federal Capital Territory Administration.
No, but there was some chaos in the Federal Capital Territory.
Yes.
Before the Park and Pay was either suspended or otherwise abolished, as the news indicated at the time. Just indiscriminate towing of vehicles. Indiscriminate towing of vehicles. I mean, you park, and there is no indication for you to say no parking or that this is a parking zone, this is a park and pay zone. And you had all kinds of persons who allegedly printed their own tickets and were just stationed. I witnessed one incident, for instance, at Utako, where persons who were obviously going to the market had parked their vehicles. And that was in front of a premises, a private property. And then the toll operators just came. They said those persons had parked illegally and they didn't have their tickets because you are supposed to have placed your ticket on the dashboard of your vehicle. I wanted to tow those vehicles away. And the traders, of course, descended on them. So we just hope that they're able to manage this. In which part of town are you seeking to impose park and pay? Are we having traffic congestion in the city?
There should be designated areas where you park and pay.
That's right.
You don't park and pay everywhere. That has to be designated points where you park and pay. That's where it's done elsewhere. I don't know.
Is it a revenue drive for companies? Who are these companies?
In fact, one of the challenges of the members of the National Assembly when they called for its suspension was that there was not a specific means of accounting for the revenue for which it was supposed to be generated.
Exactly.
Those questions probably could still be relevant in 2021.
Of course.
Bayo, let's take the editorial. It's from the Daily Nation newspaper, page 23. Dubai assets. With the writer, EFCC should respond to report on offshore investments of politically exposed persons from Nigeria.
Well, there's a lot to read. Two agencies. One, Human Environmental Development Agency, HEDA, says that Nigeria owns about 130 choice assets in United Arab Emirates. There are others also in South Africa, in Brazil, United States, and United Arab Emirates. Another agency has also provided its own data, alleging that persons, politically exposed persons, which include former governors, former senators, and serving senators, are having choice assets. And what the editorial is saying that this has been brought to the fore, and therefore it's a challenge for the Economic and Financial Crime Commission to take this bull by the horn, specifically that HEDA has dropped a copy of that investigative report with the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. There are indications that the chairman says it will follow, but you recall that sometime, I think about two and a half years ago, President Muhammadu Buhari visited United Arab Emirates, and one of the agreements that was said to have been reached was partly that of kind of fighting corruption, particularly as regard assets. And you will also recall that there was a time when a governor of a state in the South was being prosecuted for allegations of corruption. He migrated to United Arab Emirates. Unfortunately for him, he had a case in the United Kingdom. And because United Kingdom and United Arab Emirates had a extradition treaty, he was extradited to United Kingdom. He was prosecuted, jailed, and convicted. So the kind of agreement Nigeria has with the United Arab Emirates will stand us in very good stead if these allegations are true. 130 choice assets in the United Arab Emirates.
For me,
EFCC it's handful for this job.
Late. I mean, it's been there over the years, right? It's been there over the years. Is it new? If EFCC is talking about going to go to Dubai, is it new? This has been there over the years. And again, Dubai is a choice area when it comes to business. And if you want to start, investigation, right? For me, it is late in the day, because they have established all those things. What are you going to do now? What is the process? The investigation. What is the process? What process are they going to put in place?
Well, there are processes somewhere abroad where if you have assets, those assets must be registered, and those assets are traceable. The ownership and all the conditions surrounding it are traceable. And United Arab Emirates is one of such, so it is traceable.
Well, all right, let's see how it plays out. At this point, I would like to thank you for your analysis today. We hope to see you again tomorrow for more on newspaper review. All right, you're watching Good Morning Nigeria, reaching you live on the network service of the NTA. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we shall be paying attention to the main topic for today's conversation. Stay with us.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
My name is Osaye Ehanere. I am Minister of Health. We have just taken the vaccine. It is the AstraZeneca vaccine. This vaccine is safe, properly researched. It is in use in many countries. We urge all Nigerians to submit themselves to taking this vaccine. Persons who are 18 years old above. Otherwise, it is safe. You take your second dose after a period of about 10 to 12 weeks, and then you have immunity. Nigeria is aiming to vaccinate 70% of our population, and therefore be one of that 70% to give us herd immunity. Herd immunity means that Nigerians will not easily become infected even if they get in contact with the coronavirus.
These days, people get their news and information from more media sources than ever before. Some of the news and information given are fake, unverified, doctored, and manufactured to create confusion, stir disaffection, and cause disunity. Before you believe or share any news, ask yourself, is this real? Is it from a credible source? Is it verified or verifiable? Fake news is dangerous. Whether you do it for fun or for political gains, real people can get hurt. Fake news, don't create it, don't spread it.
This is a public service announcement from NTA. Life can be very eventful. We curiously expect things to happen, even when we don't know what. Our human nature makes us like and repost lots of information. Some are unverified, inciting anger and hate. Sometimes innocently, other times the urge to break it first. This, in most cases, has caused destruction in many nations.
Well, we thank you for staying with us on this edition of Good Morning Nigeria. And to kickstart our conversation on the subject matter, judicial intervention in elections, here are views of some Nigerians with our correspondent, Kunle Adeye.
To me, why won't the court cancel the elections? Because political parties, they never do what is right. Godfathers hijack everything and select candidates. So at the end of the day, you realize people who shouldn't have even contested elections at all won elections. So the courts have every right to cancel elections, because if you don't allow cancellation of elections by courts where certain processes were not duly followed, it's as good as legalizing rascality by the respective political parties.
My take on the issue is that court is the last hope of the when it comes to justice. So if such a thing happens, and you go to court with evidence, the judge may not be there when all those things happen. So it depends on the evidence the two parties are able to table before the judge. So and it is based on that the judge will decide. So I cannot blame the court for taking such decisions.
I may support what the court may do. What in the first instance, the way our politicians behave these days is such that they are ready to do anything. They know no matter what happens, the moment the election is declared, they become the winner. But the court, in this instance, actually, the law is usually fair. When the judge look at the matter, the court particularly, is the third out of the government.
Well, I don't think it is correct for courts to become returning officers. What I would think is the INEC too have defaulted in many ways. They are not doing what the people expect, and that's why some of them are turning to the courts.
We cannot say court is now taking the work of the election, because they saw some manipulation.
Ideally, the INEC is supposed to have taken that responsibility. Having given the constitutional power to conduct the election, by so doing, the people's will has prevailed.
All right, the views of a cross-section of Nigerians on judicial intervention in elections in Nigeria. We, of course, just before we introduce our guest, Kieran, we need to clarify this for the benefit of our viewers. The focus of our conversation this morning relates to one critical aspect in the value chain of the electoral process, if you like, which is to say the metaphor of courts appearing now to be returning officers, thereby announcing or declaring a winner in an election. We do know that the courts have a great deal of role to play in a number of cases. For instance, I mean, if you say the electoral process, it's a party legitimately available to contest an election. In other words, is a party duly registered, or has a party be unduly excluded from an election?
I mean, Nigerians wouldn't understand why courts take action based on pre-election matters. Or, you see, I mean, in terms of...
All right. Well, we'll get into some of those details, and some of our guests, of course, will be dealing with that. As I said, that's just the circumscribed aspect that we are taking a look at in our conversation this morning. And we have a number of regular guests who are here with us in the studios, as well as from our Kaduna Network Center. First, let's welcome Professor Osarime Osumbo. Professor Osumbo, of course, is a professor of law, two-term senator, and also former governor of Edo State, who himself was judicially ousted in 2008. Professor Osumbo, delighted to have you with us in the studios this morning.
My pleasure. Good morning.
All right. Also here with us in the studios, we would like to welcome the National Commissioner in charge of voter education and publicity of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Is a lawyer, Festus Okoye. Pleasure to have you with us too.
Good morning.
All right.
And also joining us in our Abuja studio here is Ezenwa Nwago. Ezenwa Nwago is the chairman, Partners for Electoral Reforms. Ezenwa, it's good to have you this morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
And also joining the discussion from our Kaduna Network Center is Isianos Ostaz Osman, SAN. Sir, it's my pleasure to welcome you to this edition of Good Morning Nigeria. All right, we just hope that his audio is through to us here. All right.
Yunus Ustaz Usman, of course, is one of the country's notable election litigation experts. It's participated in quite a number of cases. As you indicated, we hope that the audio connection is fine. But let's just begin by establishing generally what the role of the judiciary is in the electoral process, especially also with regard to the aspect that I mentioned. And we're beginning with Mr. Festus Okoye, who is the INEC National Commissioner in charge of voter education and publicity. There are worrisome views being expressed that we are having excessive judicial intervention in electoral outcomes of our country. Is this the case?
Well, I think that we must establish the ground norm here, and that is that the judiciary, as it were, and the courts are part of the overall framework of the electoral process. So if we establish that, it now gives us a very clear view of the role the courts play, especially in electoral matters. Now, the courts are not self-activating. In other words, the courts will remain dormant unless somebody approaches the courts with a grievance. Within our electoral framework, we have segregated the role of the courts into two. One, we have the pre-election issues and then the post-election issues. Now, prior to this particular period, the courts have adopted the view that in relation to election matters, in relation to party processes, in relation to nominations, that it is the exclusive responsibility and prerogative of political parties to choose their candidates and nominate their candidates without interference whatsoever. But over the years, we have seen that rather than do that, some of the political parties completely engage in what I call anti-democratic processes in relation to their nomination processes. And that was why the National Assembly, in their wisdom, inserted Section 87 of the Electoral Act to say that before you can submit the list of and particulars of your nominated candidates to the electoral management body, you must have conducted valid party primaries. So, based on that, the National Assembly now imputed pre-election litigation into the constitutional framework and made it a constitutional matter. Now, the post-election litigation is a different ballgame. Now, I completely agree that those who conduct elections cannot be said to be perfect. The institutions are not perfect. So since mistakes are bound to be made, you also need an institution that can look at issues and say, look, in relation to this one, you didn't do what is right. In relation to this one, you didn't do what is right. I think that what people are complaining about is that in a few instances, the courts have not done justice to the matter. But in relation to whether the courts are relevant, whether they are fundamental, and whether they are part of the overall electoral process, I believe that the courts play a very huge role as the guardian of the Constitution, and also to make sure that those who have been entrusted with responsibility of doing certain things carry them out appropriately.
All right, thank you. Professor Sumbo, greater percentage of election results are now declared by the courts. I think that is where some Nigerians are raising concerns about. In your view, is the court taking over the responsibility of INEC?
Well, thank you very much, Kieran, for the question. I think we need to put this discussion in its proper context. From my understanding, what we are really talking about on this program is the role the courts have been playing in the electoral process, and concerns have been generated in many quarters as to whether they are playing the proper role in the electoral process. There is reason for many people to express concern. Well, first of all, it's not about casting any aspersion on the judiciary or trying to denigrate the judiciary, but to be able to inform ourselves as to the proper role that the judiciary or the courts should be playing in the electoral process. The judiciary is one of the three arms of government, and everybody will want to respect the integrity and the independence of the judiciary. But the way some decisions have come about in recent years have given many people cause for concern. The reason being that democracy is based, that is, electing public officers in a democracy should be through the ballot. It should be a reflection of the will of the people. Democracy that we practice stands on the principle that the will of the people, the will of the voters should prevail and must be upheld at all times, not the will of the judges. And you can only ascertain the will of the people through the ballot box. You know, the remarks of former President Goodluck Jonathan has been trending. It's been reported. He made the comment before in September last year, precisely, I think, the 9th of September 2020, that the ballot should be the basis for the emergence of political office holders, not the courts. So we find these days that a lot of political office holders are winning election in the courts, not at the polls. And that threatens democracy because it strikes at the very foundation, the very root of democracy, which presupposes that it is the voters that should choose their leaders. During the background information that was played out, somebody was talking about the role of the courts annulling election, canceling elections that have not been properly conducted. That is proper. Nobody is contesting that. The courts have a duty to ensure that in the conduct of elections, all the actors play their roles as stipulated by the Constitution and the Electoral Act and relevant laws. So where there has been default, for instance, the candidate is not qualified, or there has been substantial non-compliance by INEC, or substantial irregularities or malpractice of one sort or the other, the duty of the court will be to nullify the election, cancel the election, but not to go further to now declare somebody a winner of election that has been flawed. That is the concern of people, that the courts must stop at the point of deciding whether the election has been in conformity with the law or not in conformity. Where it has been in conformity, it establishes so, then it should uphold the election. Where it is not in conformity with the law, it should cancel the election and direct INEC to conduct another election. Anything less than that generates a lot of concerns, a lot of issues, and threatens democracy. Let me just mention that, you know, Mali recently had a military coup towards the end of last year. There were a lot of complaints in the country, but the last straw that broke the camel's back was when their constitutional court annulled the election of 11 members of the opposition that had won election to parliament and declared members of the president's party as winners of the election. So, and the people spilled into the streets. They couldn't take it anymore, and that led to the collapse of democratic governance in Mali. So the concern is that we shouldn't allow courts to remove and substitute winners in the way it is happening, because we never can tell where it will lead us.
Yes, and the case we recall, what happened in Zamfara State, for instance, where not just that the governor of the opposition was declared winner, but all members of House of Assembly, in fact, all persons that vied for elective position were returned from the opposition side. And it does appear that if that trend continues, I think that's part of what we're talking about, right? Declaring somebody winner. Even those who actually did not partake in the election were declared winners, and they got back to, and they're now in elective positions today.
Well, Kieran, let's bring in the other guest, Ezenwa Nwagu, Chairman, Partners for Electoral Reforms. The issue obviously has to do with boundaries for judicial review or judicial intervention. I mean, as an example, I'm sure you're familiar with this in a number of cases that we've had the benefit of listening to and even reading in the law reports, go to the extent of now becoming mathematicians. Sometimes tabulating the valid votes, subtracting it from locations where there seem to have been irregularities or disturbances, and then coming up now with a winner, and then performing the role, as we said, by way of metaphor, of returning officers. In your view, what is happening to our electoral process at that critical point?
Well, thank you. I think that in stretching the conversation, you have to start at why people become litigious. The political parties, like the National Commissioner said, have not come out clean in terms of the process. The leadership recruitment process of our country is domained within the political parties. And so when people feel disadvantaged, they will only have to go to the courts. Our constitution, our laws do not provide any other means of adjudicating on those kind of issues other than judicially. So I have no problems. At the end of the day, what happens in the court is what have you asked the court to do for you? If you ask the court to do something and they overstretch that is why we have different courts. We have, in the electoral circle, you have the tribunals. If you are not satisfied with the tribunals, you could take your matter up to the Court of Appeal in certain instances, and sometimes to the Supreme Court. So my sense is for us to do a lot more groundwork in terms of taking away those processes that make those who play within the electoral circle to always want to go to court. And one way to do that is to begin to look at issues around party administration and internal party democracy. If we do not deal with those issues, we will continue to have, people who will always go to court. I understand, being an election enthusiast myself for many years, that the whole process, the whole gamut of the electoral cycle, the people that we always want to put at the center have been put aside. And so it's always about dubious advantage, both for the one who is going to court and the one who is pretending to want to feel the victim. So victimhood within the electoral cycle needs to be interrogated from the point of, first and foremost, the parties and the conduct of the election itself. So if, for instance, in the particular cases that we're seeing now, where electoral ad hoc electoral officials, and in fact sometimes electoral officials, play roles that are outside their jurisdiction within the electoral cycle, the option for any candidate will be to ask the courts to do what is right. So if the courts don't do what is right, the question then will be about the means within the judiciary for self-cleansing. And and there are those processes. You can ask the National Judicial Commission to interrogate a particular judgment that you think that justice has not been done. But to begin to think that we can gag the department within our constitution that have been given responsibility to oversight the electoral process and ensure that it is in conformity with our laws, we will be opening the doors for fiasco, if you like. So I am saying that if you gag the courts the way we are trying to do and say, hey, if they don't play that role, then you may be opening the door for option AK-47, which is not something that we look forward to and want in our electoral process. We must empower the judiciary to play that oversight role in a way that is fair, that is just, and that is equitable. And that's the way to go.
Would you respond specifically to the points that Professor Osumbo made? Is it so much about seeking to gag the judiciary as to say, look, the judiciary, you are a critical part in the election, in the electoral process. But the kind of powers we have are the tailpiece of returning a candidate as winner ought to be circumscribed or redefined as against what we have in our current provisions.
The challenge is simple. If a process was not followed and in the eye of the law somebody has emerged victorious, the court should not shy away from saying the person who has emerged victorious is the one who emerged victorious. And these things are about, for me, at every point in time, the one who is losing will always, we are naturally overtly litigious as a people. Whether we lose fairly or not, we want to think that the justice has not been done. And then there are things that we use, for example, when we are talking about people milling into the street. If, for instance, you have, in our kind of electoral process, somebody wins by, say, 16 million votes, and the other loses by 14 million votes. If 5 million of those people who lost mill into the street, that gives you an impression that there is activity. But the reality is that the ballot, the sanctity of the ballot, comes more from the ability to rigorously, look at the processes that have battered that election. Most of the things we use to gauge whether they are unstatistical. You can't use them because people are protesting to say, oh, the person who won didn't win. Most times the people who won don't have any need to come out to the streets. The people who are coming out to the street does not necessarily mean that they are the ones who won the election. What we need to do is to say, look, our judicial process must be one that has a keen eye for justice and equity. And if we place that demand, we are able to get that. But most of these extraneous issues about how people react during election, for me, it does not. I've seen people who lose fairly lose elections and they are in the street. I have seen that. And they give the impression that they won. And in Nigeria, for instance, somebody can win 1 polling booth or 2 polling booths and is excited, and then lose in 10 other polling units, and will not let you know that he has lost in 10 polling units. So we need to strictly stay on, first and foremost, are there issues within the judiciary that we need to deal with? There are those clear issues in terms of capacity to even understand the electoral issues. Many times we think that election is an all-comers affair. But over the years, we are beginning to find out that even judges need stronger training in terms of understanding both the electoral procedures and administration in a way that can help them to do justice when they are doing so. So it could be a matter of capacity, it could be a matter of training, it could be a much more matter of bigger oversight of the people who have the responsibility to rein in judicial officers when they misbehave. And most of these things that we talk about are episodic in terms of how many times it has occurred. But there are much more serious times when the judiciary has come out to play that role, for which we can be excited about as well.
All right, thank you, Ezewen Wago. I will return to you in the course of the conversation. Let's now go to Kaduna, where we have Yunus Ustaz Usman, who is SAN. So you've listened to the other guests, bear their minds on, of course, the role of the judiciary in an electoral process. Let's have your own view with respect to the topic for this morning, which, of course, looking at the overall role of the judiciary in the electoral process.
Sir, the whole thing is very simple. Let's start from the analytical sense of it. You see, by Section 27 of the Electoral Act, it is the presiding officers who declares results at the collation center. It is the returning officers who preside at the governorship or legislative houses level, and the chief electoral officer in respect of presidential elections. That is this. Where the judiciary comes in is this. When there is an infraction, the judiciary will say, yes, the electoral officer, you have announced the result, but what you have announced is illegal or wrongful. That is the only time the judiciary comes into the field. Not before then. They had allowed them to declare their results, but the judiciary is saying, look, what you have done is wrong. So the judiciary is not announcing results or declaring results, but the judiciary is saying that what the announcer had declared is illegal or does not follow the due process of the law. If we understand it from that standpoint, we will now know where we are going. When that happens, like one of the commentators said, they should not do mathematics. Mathematics, the electoral officer, the returning officer did mathematics in saying that this is the person who won. So if that mathematics is wrong, The judiciary will say you have failed in the mathematics, and so the correct mathematics is this. In 1983, most of the papers accused me of trying to do primary arithmetic in court. But at the end of it, you see why we don't understand this thing is very simple. Now, the courts are not saying, look, I'm now the declaring officer also. The courts are saying, what the declaring officer has done is wrong. The mathematics he has done in saying this is the majority vote is wrong. This is supposed to be the correct vote. How does it do that without itself correcting it? It's like a teacher. So this is normal. It was done in 1979 when people accused the presidential something of doing mathematics of 2/3 of 19 states. My little fry did it in 1983. And it is not something you can stop at all until the politicians themselves play the game according to the rules. Do you know why even the electoral officers, fortunately my best friend, Festus Okoye, who is now a high chief, is there. Why the courts come in is that our present crop of politicians, most of them, quote me anywhere, 99% of them are not winning elections on the basis of the results so declared. I'm telling you this from my little experience for over 40 years. And so the courts cannot fold their arms. If the courts do not come in, people will take the law into their hands, and that will be chaos. That will create all sorts of crises you cannot imagine. Until the politicians learn to win or lose honorably, meritoriously, this judicial intervention, as you call it, becomes a necessary constitutional tool. And they are allowed to do so by virtue of the constitutional provisions, Section 285, 233, 239, and so on. So, Prof, I disagree with you when you say that the courts cannot construe or do arithmetic. We have been doing arithmetics. Without arithmetic, you know who has majority or minority votes. I think the issue is that we are not understanding it's like a quadratic equation. You can't avoid it.
I don't know. A follow-up question. So with due respect, in some cases, courts declare someone a winner, someone who may not even participate in that election, but perhaps could claim that he won the primary and he was denied, his position as somebody who won the primaries. But then court will now declare him a winner when he didn't participate in the election. Is that right?
What comes to mind is the issue of Zamfara. Let me tell you what really happened in Zamfara, sir. Now, one of the political parties did not do primary. In fact, they did what you call magu-magu, and they fielded everybody. In fact, the primary they say they conducted was no primary at all. And the court said, look, since you did not do primary, the other party that did primary will be the ones whose scores will be counted. You get the arithmetic. It is just like a football field. One of the contestants did not come. You say, okay, you are out. So those ones who are going to count are those ones who really contested, who follow the process of law. That was what happened in Zamfara State. You see, until you follow and read the judgments of the courts, in most cases, people think that the courts just sit down and do this. No, the only way out, and we are very, 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 very far from it, we pray to God will come to it, is that unlike during the time of the First Republic, where Azikiwe came out openly to say, in the 1957 Constitutional Conference, our aim was, let somebody emerge. We don't care who it is. The only thing is that we should have proper election. It is no longer so today, and that is why the courts must intervene as of necessity to save this country from collapse.
All right. Learned Senior Advocate Yunus Ustaz Usman, thank you very much for your position. I want to return to our guests in the studios, and again, for the benefit of our viewers, it appears that maybe while you are elaborating, gentlemen, on the issues pertaining to the electoral process, the fly in the ointment, if you wish, it has to do with cases where, for instance, on the basis of irregularities, substantial non-compliance with the Constitution, Electoral Act, and so on and so forth, the court, instead of annulling the election and calling for a rerun, proceeds, that's the point, proceeds thereby to say no, assuming 3 of you ran for the election, to say no, the person that won, if SN1 came third earlier on, is now SN1 who has been declared winner of the election. I think that is the contentious point where SN1 himself also say that the people who are supposed to be at the center of elections are being pushed to the periphery in the electoral process in terms of electoral outcomes, in the sense that their will no longer counts. But for the benefit of our viewers, we know my colleague Kieran has also raised some of these points. We do know that in the lead up to the election, you have to have political parties, and then parties have to conduct their own elections, and there is a challenge with internal party democracy. So, which is why if I was unlawfully excluded from my party primaries, as a pre-election matter, I could then go to court. The election takes place, a winner is announced, and by the time I go through the judicial process, the court will now say, "Oh, Kingsley, yeah, you were the rightful candidate of this party, so you should be the winner." And of course, it's also possible that Okoye, I'm not saying, maybe Kirian himself was already doing a review, a rehearsal to review a parade at his inauguration. And suddenly they say, "Oh boy, you can't do that now. Kingsley, who is the winner?" So first of all,
and he did not contest the election.
I didn't. Yes.
He didn't contest the election.
So let's help our viewers understand this before we get to that critical aspect of dealing with irregularities on voting day, and then the shenanigans that normally go on with collation and so on and so forth.
I think that this confusion, this uncomfortable confusion, arises as a result of what I call the convergence of pre- and post-election matters. When you have this convergence, it becomes uncomfortable, and sometimes we find it very, very difficult to segregate. This is because Section 285 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has made it very clear that the courts have jurisdiction over pre-election matters, that these are issues that arose or have arisen as a result of either the conduct of congresses of political parties or the conduct of party primaries and so on. Now, unfortunately, at the lower level, the courts have 180 days to deal with that matter. The Court of Appeal has 60 days to deal with it, and the Supreme Court has 60 days to deal with it. The challenge is that sometimes before the courts finish with pre-election matters, we are already in post-election matters. And then somebody has been sworn in before the pre-election matter is determined. And when the pre-election matter is determined, and it goes against what has happened in the post-election matter, sometimes our people do not understand it. So I think that one of the things we need to do before I get to the other issue is to make sure that in the new electoral amendment that we are envisaging, that we make it very clear and we make it in such a way that all pre-election matters are determined and decided before election. This is because when the courts go ahead to say, oh, a political party did not have a candidate going into the election, all the people that went to go and vote, their votes are wasted, and their votes will not count. Sometimes our people do not understand it, but that is the law. Because Section 85 of the Electoral Act, 2010 as amended, makes it very clear that 1, you must conduct valid party primaries. 2, both the Constitution and the Electoral Act also give the electoral management body the right to bring out a timetable for the conduct of elections and the conduct of party primaries. So if a timetable says party primaries must be conducted on a particular day, and that day passes, you have not conducted your party primaries, you can no longer submit a list of candidates. So even if you go and get an injunction and then you submit, at the end of the day, the apex court may say you didn't have a candidate in the election. Or there are also situations where people submit their affidavits, the list of their candidates and the affidavits, and people who are on that list are not even qualified to be on the list, or they are underage, or they are not even Nigerians, because, for instance, the Constitution says that for you to become President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria or a governor, you must be a Nigerian by birth. So if a political party submits the name of somebody who is not a Nigerian by birth, and it's a pre-election matter, and then it goes to the apex court, and by then the person has won the election, there's nothing the court can do. So I think that it is this uncomfortable convergence of pre- and post-election matters that creates some of these challenges. But on the other issue, I think that we need to look at each case from its own dynamics, from its own merit, and from what was submitted to the courts for adjudication. If somebody has gone to court to say, look, I won majority of lawful votes, this is the evidence. These are the Form EC8A, which are the results from the polling units. In the calculation of the results, the returning officer added 5,000 votes to my opponent and decreased my votes by 5,000. This is the evidence. The courts are bound to look at it, and if the courts are satisfied that you won majority of lawful votes, it is inconceivable for the courts to go and say, despite the fact that you won majority of lawful votes, go back to the polls. That will be rewarding bad behavior on the part of the political party that engage in the irregularity. So I agree that the votes of the people, as expressed through at the ballot, should be the major determinant of who gets elected and who does not get elected. But those votes and that determination must also be based on both the Constitution and the law. So if you do not have a candidate going into the election, and then people go and vote for you, their votes are wasted, unfortunately. So these are the issues we need to put in perspective. But in certain circumstances, some of our courts have delivered judgments that that you cannot understand. But these are exceptions to the rule. But in the main, I agree that the courts must be strengthened, the courts must continue to play the roles they're playing, and that we must also find ways and means of building the capacity of those who administer justice, because the electoral process keeps evolving and is very, very dynamic. The laws keep on changing almost on a daily basis, and there are international standards that need to be followed. So we must continue to build the capacity of judicial officers that adjudicate in electoral matters.
I think there are some issues raised here. First by John Wago with respect to capacity and, of course, the training of judges on electoral matters. Because what Festus Okoye raised now has a link with that. He said pre-election matters and post-election matters, they tend to bring some kind of a confusion on the understanding of ordinary Nigerian on how courts handle such matters. If a pre-election matter could determine the decision of a court with respect to an election that has been declared, then that is where the ordinary Nigerian does not really understand how the court operates. I want to bring in Professor Osumbo here again. Now we are envisaging that the new electoral law that will come perhaps could touch on all those areas that has some gray issues. Now, with what is on board at the moment, how should the courts now handle? Because we will know whether the new electoral law will come out before the next election. Because if it doesn't come out before the next election, it then means that we're also going to experience what we've experienced with the courts and all of that, in the next election in 2023. So, how will the court now handle the situation of converging the issue of pre-election matters and post-election matters in making its judgments?
Well, first, let me say that so far the discussion is as if we are talking about different things, so many different things, although they have in relation to election. But we are touching on different things from leadership selection, internal democracy, the role that judges should play, the amendment of the electoral law and the constitution. These are different issues that seem to be converging and we seem to be confusing them. I don't really know what the focus of this session of Good Morning Nigeria is about. My understanding is as to the role that judges, the judiciary, should be playing in election. From the aftermath of the remarks of former President Goodluck Jonathan, I thought that that is really what has made this discussion very cogent at this point in time, as to the fact that it is the ballot that should determine winners of election, not the courts. But I do concede, as the senior advocate of Nigeria, Ustaz, mentioned, that what we are witnessing now is permitted by the law. It is as provided by the law. And Commissioner Festus Okoye also said this. I am not disputing that that is what the law is as of now. But should that be the situation? Is that sustainable? Will that do more good to our democracy or imperil our democracy? I thought those are the issues that we are really talking about. Now, to come to your question, again, the role that the courts play, whether it is pre-election or post-election, are as provided for by the Constitution and the Electoral Act. Commissioner Festus Okoye has mentioned that we are in the process of electoral reform. We are in the process of constitution amendment or alteration. Are there proposals to be incorporated in those reform processes to make our elections better? My understanding is that emphasis should be on discussing proposals that will improve on our electoral system. We ensure, as our colleague Ezenwa has mentioned, that people do not go to court. Those with good cases, genuine cases, those who know they are winners and those who know they are not winners, but just want to see if they can play their luck in the court and get judgment in the court. There are many, and they congest the court. I call them fortune hunters. They just want to try their luck to see whether the court will declare them winners. They know in their hearts that they are not winners. Should we continue to encourage that system, sustain an electoral process that allows so many cases, litigations to emanate post-election? Those are the issues. And I think that if we address those issues, I personally have reflected much on this, and I thought that the Constitution has vested INEC with independence. It is Independent National Electoral Commission. How is it independent if its activities can easily be changed, not just oversighted? Nobody is saying that the courts should not oversight. I am not saying that the courts should not oversight. They have that constitutional power to do so. But they shouldn't substitute their own judgment, their own declaration of winner in place of the declaration made by the body that is constitutionally vested with that responsibility. The Constitution, there is nowhere in the Constitution that vests on the judiciary the power to declare winners of election, from Section 1 to Section 320 of the Constitution. There's no such provision. But there are provisions in the Constitution that vest INEC with power to declare, to organize, supervise, and declare results of election. And it is my view that it is not intended that that power should be shared between INEC and any other authority or organ of government. And if this continues, my fear, because when problems start, they start gradually and they degenerate. Like the last time I was here, we talked about banditry. It started as a little thing in one small part of the country, but now it has taken over the whole country. This judiciary declaring people winners of election that they didn't even participate in started gradually with one case. Now it is becoming pervasive, and Commissioner Festus INEC, Festus Okoye, has himself said that some of the decisions are worrisome. Justice Bodero's Vival, who just retired from the Supreme Court, has himself said some of the decisions of the Supreme Court don't make sense to him anymore these days. So we shouldn't allow a situation where, for instance, INEC, in a presidential election, will declare Mr. A winner of that election, and the court will say, no, it's Mr. B that won that election. Can we imagine the chaos that we are going to have in this country? It's easy to say one governor, remove him and put another person. If that happens in the case of a presidential election, there will be calamity in this country. And we should now take proactive steps in this process of amending the Electoral Act and the Constitution to avert that eventuality. Because, as they say, Murphy's Law is that whatever can go wrong will sooner or later go wrong. It's just a matter of time.
Professor Osumbo, we are going on a short break, but I don't want us to lose the trend of your thoughts so that you address this question along with it. Yes, you have acknowledged that the judiciary has a constitutionally mandated role to oversight INEC, that even in its independence. But isn't it also the duty in that oversight of the judiciary to indicate, as part of its review, whether INEC has in fact complied with the rules that is set for itself and the rules established by the Constitution? And where it has not complied with those rules and regulations or provisions of the Constitution, to say, this is what you ought to do. And assuming, Commissioner Okoye mentioned this, that somebody else had finangled with the process, instead of the courts to now say, no, what INEC you did was wrong, this is what you ought to have done, and therefore this is the winner of the election, go back to the field as you appear to be suggesting, that will be rewarding bad behavior.
Whose behavior?
Bad behavior.
On whose part?
Of an agent of
because
INEC.
He started
of
by...
an agent of INEC.
Who is being rewarded, the agent of INEC or the candidate?
Of course, in favor of the candidate who has benefited from.
Because the proposal that I have made is that in that decision by the court, he can say, no, the INEC officer was guilty of certain malpractices, didn't comply with the law, and can recommend him for prosecution. And I also propose that even the National Assembly, acting on a 2/3 majority, can remove either a commissioner or the national chairman or rec who was guilty of that malpractice. So there are a number of checks that you can introduce into the process. And Commissioner Festus Okoye also mentioned something, that the institution of INEC is not perfect. And I will go further to say there's no institution of government that is perfect.
In the courts.
Including the executive, the legislature, or the judiciary. So if things can go wrong with INEC, and they can go wrong with the executive, they can go wrong with the legislature, they can also go wrong with the judiciary.
All right. Okay, gentlemen, this conversation is becoming so interesting, because from what you have all said here, it does appear that we need some changes either in the Constitution, electoral law, and what have you, to be able to get it right. But at this point, let's take a short break. When we come back, the conversation continues. You're watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Stay with us.
I bring you wonderful news. The village headmaster is coming back to your screen. Mo wire abi mi o wire. Teacher yo, a fẹ́ lọ wá nǹkan jẹ. Teacher yo, a fẹ́ lọ wá nǹkan jẹ.
The premiere of the new season of The Village Headmaster, initially scheduled for the second quarter of 2021, has now been postponed till further notice. We apologize for this short notice and promise to keep our viewers and advertisers informed as soon as we have a new date.
And I know that even you too, you are getting a lot of orders. We are trying, shall.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youths, let's build our nation together.
These days, people get their news and information from more media sources than ever before. Some of the news and information given are fake, unverified, doctored, and manufactured to create confusion, stir disaffection, and cause disunity. Before you believe or share any news, ask yourself, is this real? Is it from a credible source? Is it verified or verifiable? Fake news is dangerous. Whether you do it for fun or for political gains, real people can get hurt. Fake news, don't create it, don't spread it.
This is a public service announcement from NTA.
My name is Dr. Faisal Shuaib. I am the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. Earlier today, I took my first shot of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Despite all of the delays, all of the doubts, here we are, Nigerians can finally access the vaccines. I hope that Nigerians will come out and get these vaccines because these vaccines are safe, they're effective, and they truly work. Over the course of the next few weeks, we have to continue wearing face masks, we have to do social distancing, but I know eventually once we're able to get herd immunity, then we'll be able to stop all of these non-pharmaceutical interventions. To get the vaccination, you should go to the NPHCDA website. There's a link on there that you click and you can register and schedule exactly where you want to get your vaccine.
Yes, I'll rather bring in Ezenwago once more. Ezenwa to speak to some of the issues raised by Commissioner Festus Okoye and, of course, Professor Osumbo. With respect to our conversation, we've listened to them on some of the points that they raised concerning the matter.
Well, I think Prof made the good point about solutions and all that, but in dealing with the sociology of justice and injustice, you must tie it to a process. What kind of process leads us to the malady that we want to cure? If that process is not taken care of, you will always end up at this point. So for me, the issue of the one-off misdemeanor of the judiciary can be dealt with. But I have stayed on the fact that I think that it's important to not overstretch amendments. There's always, we are becoming very interested in, we first have to study what we want to amend. In curing one problem, we then start up another. That will eventually, we're talking about rewarding bad behavior. And it's germane. Because if I win elections and genuinely through the process of law and the court says, the court announces some other person, I must take the necessary steps to make sure that I get a redress. So the big issue will be whether in INEC, whether in the political parties or in the judiciary. The reforms first must be internal. Because if there is no determination by the political parties to ensure that you have a process that is in conformity with the laws that is guiding elections, then you leave INEC. The powers have been taken away from INEC. INEC had powers to cure some of those issues internally, but we took it away because of the challenges that the Electoral Management Body had. And now, there are people who are advocating to return that power to INEC. If we return if we return that power to INEC and without curing the issues for which we remove those powers from them in the first instance, then you create another challenge. So for me, it's about capacity within these institutions to obey the laws guiding the elections and to engage in civic and political education for citizens themselves to understand that election is a law-guided process. And the purveyor for that will be the media. If the media understands elections and the laws guiding elections, and they are able to, through programs like this, put for people to understand that, look, sometimes there are times we make a laughing stock for ourselves by the kind of there's a judicial consideration that has happened, and because you don't understand the laws guiding that process, you can go ballistic and say, oh, you know, this has happened, they've sold out. I have always been also guilty of that. Sometimes when you then go back and understand those processes, you will really feel like apologizing. So for me, therefore, is we need institutional strengthening within the political parties in a way that makes it that they can put up a level playing ground in such a way that people who contest elections within their own processes feel satisfied that they won or lost without necessarily the process of selection can be taken away. The politicians, the bigger percentage of the challenge that we face with our electoral process lies within the political parties. If they deal with it, we are not going to have the kind of litigious, challenges that we have, that we drag in judiciary. And I liked what the National Commission has started with. The judiciary does not self-activate. People come to the judiciary. If you cure the issues in INEC and ensure that electoral officials do the mathematics right, do the calculations right. We have seen people who need brighter lights to do calculations. Simple calculations, they couldn't do it. And then if at the end of the day you make a return on the basis of that, you tell the person who has been injured not to go to court, not to find a redress. That's not going to happen. I am staying more in terms of civic and political education within these institutions. First and foremost, ethical issues. The clear ethical issues that is required to strengthen those institutions are lacking. I'm very hesitant in talking about the judiciary in a way that looks like they are being vilified. But I know that if they keep to their constitutional role, if they bring capacity and competence to the work that they do, some of these issues will be cured. Many times we burden ourselves with these amendments, and I keep saying it, that the Electoral Act, at every election cycle, we go for amendments. And those amendments don't seem to address the fundamental issues of the challenges that we face within the electoral process, because we are refusing to deal with the real challenge. And the real challenge is institutional. Institutional within the stakeholder pyramid in the election. The political parties, INEC, and even the voters themselves, to understand that this process that we're going to is guided by certain procedures, certain laws that we need to follow, and if we follow it diligently, we will not have the kind of challenge that we're facing.
All right, Taziwa Wangu, thank you very much. Let's return to Yunus Ustaz Usman, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who is still with us from our Kaduna Network Center. Distinguished Senior Advocate, permit me to say that, I was just wondering, let's get your thoughts on this, because the conflation sometimes in the public imagination arises from what Commissioner Okoye appropriately described as the uncomfortable convergence of pre- and post-election matters. So that at some point, the voter begins to feel that, look, I wasted my time, stayed on the queue in the rain or in the sun to cast my vote, if the party or the candidate I thought I was voting for wasn't qualified to have been on the ballot. And that leads, of course, in some cases to voter apathy. But Professor Osuba also raises the point that in terms of election litigation, we have seen an amalgam of fortune hunters, candidates or political parties that are sore losers, and then, of course, we also have persons in the judicial process who will say, no problem, let's look at the technicalities, because election petition is said to be sui generis. And in that case, not necessarily the justice of the cause, but at the end of the day, we find that the will of the voter is once more shortchanged. Let's get your thoughts on these floating issues, if you like.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with Festus Okoye when he said there is need to further amend, particularly Section 285 of the Constitution, to say that all pre-election matters must be totally dealt with and concluded before the election itself. That would solve most of the problems. And like in my own case, the case of Bayelsa, you see, is because what happened really was that the governor and the deputy were not qualified. And a day to his swearing in, went to the Supreme Court and said, look, these people were not qualified, so all their votes are wasted. Then the court must declare the person who had the next highest number of votes. Supreme Court did not say declare the next person. Supreme Court said, INEC, go and see who had the next highest number of lawful votes. And that was how my client came in. So it was nothing mysterious or something like that. When one is not qualified and you say, like Prof has said with the greatest respect, that once somebody declares a result, courts will not intervene. In fact, that will create more problems that it can solve. In fact, that is what will create problem, not when you disqualify somebody who is not qualified. The principle is let the heavens fall as long as justice is done. Fiat justitia et ruante. So what Prof has said, will be the one to bring down Nigeria rather than the other way around. But I totally agree with Festus. And the issue is of training is this. It's necessary. Election matters, election petitions in particular, are too technical. Seriously speaking, since 1983, that I had a few instances of doing election petitions. Each time there is an election tribunal, you have to stay overnight reading again. You would think that you have not even ever done one in your life. It's the training and retraining of the lawyers, even the politicians who are contestants, and the judges must be continuous. It's too technical. Nobody can say he's an expert in an election matter. You just have to continue to read on a daily basis. It's too technical. And all over the world, it's technical.
and so many politicians have actually won their cases based on technicalities. And that is also what worries many Nigerians, because we don't understand this issue of technicalities. When someone who didn't make an effort towards winning an election becomes a winner, he may become a governor or a member of National Assembly, as the case may be. That's part of the worries. In any case, we've had your point. But I want to ask Commissioner Festus a question. On the issue of pre-election matters, does it really mean that INEC does not do its job properly to determine whose names should be forwarded for an election? For instance, in the case of Officer Zamfara, which you said that there was no primaries by a particular party, right? Yet these names, the names of the candidates, were submitted for election. To avoid the convergence we're talking about, if perhaps INEC had done a good job of it, to say, look, your primaries cannot be accepted. Go back and do a proper primary to be able to, field qualified candidates. That's an issue ought to have been avoided. Is INEC lacking in this direction?
No. You need to understand the clear intent of the law. Primarily and fundamentally, the business of choosing a candidate for a political party is within the domestic realm of the political party. It has nothing to do with the commission. A political party may say,
but the commission sends observers.
Yes, I'm coming to that. A political party may make a determination that for it to win an election, it has to zone a particular office to a particular part of the country, or a particular local government, or a particular community. A political party also may make a determination that it is only those who are as tall as Professor Sumbo that can win an election, and that those whose faces are too dark may not be in a position to win elections for them. They may make that determination. So how a political party arrives at that is within its own internal realms. What the law says is that in making that determination, you must submit the name of the person who secured majority of and you must do this within a certain period circumscribed by the law. Now, if you conduct your party primaries and somebody did not secure a majority of lawful votes in the primaries, and you submit the name of the person who did not secure majority of lawful votes in the primaries, that person has the right to go to court. And there's nothing the commission can do about it. Secondly, if the commission has released a timetable saying you must conduct your party primaries between the 1st and 30th of April, and then you go and conduct your primaries outside this particular framework, outside this particular period, the commission will not accept the list of your candidates. Now, the political parties submit the list and particulars of their candidates electronically. And you must submit the list and particulars of persons who are qualified and who have made the constitutional threshold for contesting election. So when these things are not done, it is not the business of the commission to go to court to say, oh, a political party did not meet this threshold. Section 285 of the Constitution gives the aspirants or the aggrieved party the right to go to court, to go and ventilate these grievances. The point we are making is that if you look at the period, the time frame given to a political party or an aspirant to ventilate his or her grievances, is 180 days. And it's almost 6 months. Within that particular period, the elections have already been conducted, and it creates its own confusion. So for me, I believe that a period of 90 days for the court of first instance and 45 days for the court of for the final court is sufficient for us to do all these things. And if the law or the Electoral Act, for instance, is amended to make it possible for political parties to conduct their party primaries 180 days before an election, it will give us some able room to maneuver out of this convergence that I talked about.
Okay, how do we deal, Mr. Festus Okoye, how do we also deal with the issue of lawful votes? Because it is the candidate who has the majority of lawful votes that gets returned as the winner of the election. Now, there are a number of factors in determining lawful votes. And this is where I think that maybe Professor Osumbo and former President Goodluck Jonathan are talking about. We have seen instances, and this also relates to the behavior of politicians and political parties, where they foment trouble in the stronghold of their opponents, so that the election there is disrupted, and then ballot papers, cannot be counted. It said that fine, we would delete these numbers from it, and persons who had cast their votes before the violence erupted, then of course get ultimately disenfranchised. How, in your opinion, now, how do we deal with the instances of deliberate distortion of otherwise lawful votes through the violence and so on and so forth, and then the ultimate return of somebody who probably couldn't have won the election?
I think that it still comes back to what Ezenwa was talking about in terms of party administration, and political parties agree. They didn't assault anybody, they didn't molest anybody, but they just stayed at strategic positions. Now, the people who were supposed to go and vote for an opposition candidate and saw those gunmen knew what those gunmen were there for. On election day, they also returned. They were not molesting anybody. So people said, oh, it's better for me to stay within the comfort of my home rather than to go and vote and die. So you suppress the votes, and then only some people go to the polling units. I have also seen situations where people tied white handkerchief and used it to get access to the polling unit. The other people who did not know what was going on, who did not tie white handkerchief, we are regarded as the people who belong to the opposition party.
And they were denied access.
And they were denied access. So I think that political parties must clean up their process, believe in the rule of law, believe in due process, and also believe that it is only the votes of the people that have value, and that it is only the votes of the people that will be the major determinant of determining who wins an election and who does not win an election.
All right. Well, we can see that time may not allow us.
Prof, very briefly, because clarification. I have said it. This is about the third time that I am not saying that courts should not adjudicate on electoral matters, nor should they declare on electoral matters. What I am saying is just the last concluding statements by Festus, that it is the will of the people that should prevail, not technicalities. Ustaz said it is technicalities win election. Technicalities should not be winning elections in Nigeria, but the will of the people.
Okay, fine, Prof, we've heard you. But Ustaz is saying that the courts can declare because it's the final arbiter, in a situation like that. A court should declare, even if it's mathematical, it has to be declared, So thank you so much. Let's appreciate all our guests. Well, thank you so much for airing your views and making this conversation very, very interesting. First of all, Professor Simon Osumbo, we thank you, sir, for coming. He's a professor of law. Also, INEX National Commissioner, Voter Education and Publicity, Commissioner Professor Okoye. Also appreciate your contribution so far. Ezenwa Wago, Chairman, Partners for Electoral Reforms. We also thank you for your insight. And then Yunus Ustaz Usman SAN, it's been wonderful talking to you this morning, sir. And your contributions have actually made our day. So that's how it's been on this edition of Good Morning Nigeria. But before we go, let's take some sports news.
Welcome to Edo 2020 Sports Update. I am Tamara Ebiwe. All is set for the closing ceremony of the 20th National Sports Festival. Activities lined up include 4x100 meters relay, 4x400 meters relay, mixed relay. Nigerian entertainers will also be live.
We are the state now restricting the agenda for state hosting. And for us, we're going to set a pace for other states to emulate.
With barely 24 hours to the close of the National Sports Festival, athletes appraise themselves.
We make it to the final. It's not an easy game.
This year we have more medals. I know most of the states, they were able to pick something too.
I took first a gold medalist. I'm so grateful.
A young lady from Rivers, tell me by her name, from SNLA.
Para-athletes who are not left out, despite being confined to some areas of the stadium, say it is a great joy for them to compete as they call for more support and infrastructure to aid their disabilities.
We have other events that we are supposed to watch now, which is the long jump, and then it's too far for us because we cannot access the place.
We need some latest equipment because all these athletes that we are moving around, we know their performance, we know their strength, but the equipment they are using is better than us.
4 weightlifters have won more than 2 gold medals in the men and women's events.
Emmanuel Appa of Niger State and Delta State's Joy Eze, all in snatch, clean and jerk.
There was chaos at the boxing final between Team Lagos and Team Ogun. After Team Lagos won gold in the boxing event, officials of Ogun threw objects at the boxing ring. Delta State lead the medal table with 257 medals, trailed by Edo and Bayelsa State. Adamawa lead the bottom 7 with 1 silver and 1 bronze.
All right, the conversation, of course, is still continuing. Even though we signed off our guests, it's a certain point I will return to at some point. Tamara, also thanks a lot for that sports update. Take off us up. I'm Kingsley.
And I am Kyrian Kumayo. Have a good day.
the wise ones have said that man proposes, but God disposes. To some people, it's just a saying, but it's the truth. It's something that truly, truly happens, and I've seen it happening. Welcome. This is Thoughts for the Week with me, Cordelia Ogbe. Now, let's start off by, answering some of these questions. Do you have parents who maybe now have retired, have gone back to the village, maybe they're somewhere close to you, or your in-laws? You have? Now, the next question is, how often do you reach out to them? How often do you care for them? Question. Think about that. There are people who believe that they do not owe their parents anything at all. That after all, did I beg you to call me from heaven? I was staying on my own JJ when you gave birth to me. Sending them to school, doing this and that. It's something you ought to have done for them because you fathered them or mothered them, so they have come to believe, so they have come to say. But our elders, are they very happy with this? Not so. Let me share a story with you that our elders shared with us. The story of the woodpecker. The woodpecker is a bird that digs very well into wood and all that. It digs very well. At a point, the old mother had wanted to see him. Oh, I'll see her later, I'll see her later, I'll see her later. She kept saying that, procrastinating. And then the woodpecker had this very beautiful plan that whenever the old mother dies, he was going to dig a very beautiful grave for the mother using his very powerful beak. And alas, the mother died. And the woodpecker, on that very day of the burial, had a big ball on his beak. And so, the woodpecker could not do what he had dreamt of doing, digging a big grave for the mother. Our elders say, if in an arena, but you do not have money to dwell on him, your hearty cheers would do. Put simply, you may not have much to give to your parents right now, but your encouragement, talking to them, talking with them, visiting them when you can, would go a long way. It would be like you are cheering them on for all the work they've done. We've come to see that in this region, and maybe other parts of the world, I don't know about them, I'll speak about this region. You'll find that when somebody dies, an old man, woman dies, you find everybody rallying around the children trying to raise money to do what? To go and modify their home house, or to try and build a house before they can bury their loved ones. That can be very painful, especially maybe when they were alive, you didn't do anything at all for them. Now let me share some of these quotes with you. To care for those who once cared for you is one of the highest honors. Parents, they didn't leave you when you were young, so don't leave them when they are old. So, our thoughts for the week. Are you one of those who believe that your parents, you do not owe them anything when they become old and all retired because they did what they had to do for you because they gave birth to you and so on? Till I come your way again, do think about these things and remember that what goes around comes around. My name is Cordelia Ogbe. Take care.
A lovely day to all of us, and I always like to start by asking, how are you? It is imperative because no one really is sure of anything as it is, because you wake up, you don't wake up, it's all in the hands of God. But I trust that if we do our own bit, do what we are supposed to do, the rest which is left in the hands of God, it's definitely perfected through his directions. Today, we will be continuing what we started last week. We talked about the vaccine, still COVID-19, and a whole lot came out. Lines were all buzzing. A lot of questions came in. Unfortunately, we're not able to take even up to half of it. We promise you'll be right back today to do justice to all of that. And I have someone seated with me who will be taking dimension as a doctor, dimension as a whole lot of other things, policy makings and all that. But we have a tradition here. My name is Elizabeth, so I'll let him introduce himself by himself. So the audience want to know your name.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, let me thank you for finding me worthy to be invited to this important program, and also to commend the entire management and staff of Nigerian Television Authority for the good work we have been doing in trying to educate Nigerians and all over as it relates to topical issues and our culture and tradition. My name is Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu. I'm a member of House of Representatives, 9th Assembly, and I chaired the House Committee on Healthcare Services. I represent Yahudi Shende in this Kiforo constituency, and I'm from Kebbi State.
All right. Thank you very much. We intentionally invited you because we know you're involved with the, Committee of Health, and that tells us you have, ample information to give to Nigerians when it comes to the area of policy making. But before we get all that, like I mentioned, last week, a lot of questions came up. We've been able to, pick some of them and try to find out certain answers as at now, but those questions you and I are going to, masticate a little bit when it's done. Let's see a compilation diary was able to put together for us with regards to the, very important questions people asked last week. Let's see it.
Here are some important questions and answers that have actually been given by science before considering getting vaccinated. If I get vaccinated, can I stop wearing a mask? Science says no. If I get vaccinated, will the restaurants, bars, schools, fitness clubs, hair salons, and other non-essential services reopen? And will people be able to get back to work like normal? Science says no. If I get vaccinated, will I be resistant to COVID? Science says no. If I get vaccinated, at least I won't be contagious to others, right? Science says no. The vaccine doesn't stop transmission. If I get vaccinated, how long will the vaccine last? Science says no one knows. If I get vaccinated, can I stop social distancing? Science says no. If my parents, grandparents, and myself all get vaccinated, can we hug each other again? Science says no. If I am pregnant, can I take the vaccine? Science says no. If I am breastfeeding, can I take the vaccine? Science says no. Are you sure the vaccine won't injure or kill me? Science says no guarantees. So what's the benefit of getting vaccinated?
A whole lot is said, and doctor is seated here with us to give us the benefit of taking this vaccine. So I'll quickly start from the last question and throw it back at you. That's some questions people asked us last week. What is my benefit? By the way, you haven't had your own vaccine?
Yeah, I'm vaccinated and I'm waiting for my second jab.
Okay, I've actually had my own too. Yes. So I'm waiting for the second one. So what is the benefit?
Well, let me just start by saying that, vaccination generally, apologies to those who are in the special field of immunology, virology, and the rest, because I'm a gynecologist. But as a general practitioner, before becoming a specialist, one has a little bit of knowledge of vaccination. Now, we ask our question, what is the aim of vaccination? Vaccination is aimed at building herd immunity in a community. You understand? Where the immunity is very low, the susceptibility of people to develop infection, and then their susceptibility to go into severe cases is extremely high. And rate of transmission among individuals is also very high. So that's just a summary of the little concept of this. Now, if you try to relate that to the vaccine, in a vaccination is a way of trying to stimulate the body to prepare itself by getting soldiers that will attack the organism that you are trying to vaccinate against when next you contact it. For example, if you have organism A, you try to render it a little bit harmless, so that when you introduce that organism A into a body, it may not cause infection that is there. It will now elicit the body to produce antibody. And that antibody are the soldiers of the body. So that when next that organism that is now harmful came into one body, your body is already naturally prepared to react. Unlike when it's coming for the first time. Okay. Before the actions comes, the organism will cause serious damage. So that's the essence. So now when you receive vaccination against COVID-19, it is expected that your body will be able to develop antibody against COVID-19 virus. So that when one is infected, we don't pray so, the body can be able to react, and they tailor the reaction of the body to either not develop the disease completely or to make it in a milder form. That instead of having so many people requiring ICU and ventilators to support their respiration and others, or going into severe disease, you now get people with milder disease, that while they are infected, they can still do their normal activities without going into severe cases. Okay. And what is the economic implication of that? Less number of people will be in ICU, and therefore translating less cost to the healthcare services. Lesser people will be in a hospital. Hospital stay will be shortened, making available for bed space to be more for other people to utilize. It also make it much easier to the family in trying to manage somebody who is in ICU compared to somebody who is being managed as outpatient or who is being managed in a semi-equipped isolation centers. You understand? Yes. And by and large, the transmission pattern or rate of that disease is also lowered. Because body has learned to now react and identify coronavirus or any other virus that is vaccinated against as a foreign and dangerous and will prevent it. It's just like now, country may not be at war, but countries spend so much billions of naira to intensify its defense mechanism. And those soldiers were trained to identify who is enemy. And once enemy comes, all they need is to react and then bring it out. Otherwise, without such defense worldwide, in every independent country, the world will have been in so many wars. So that's why if we vaccinate, the war with our body will have to, this is general.
So it's just saying that that you're taking it does not mean you will not get it, but the effect will be less. It's like when we have the measles.
Possibility. It may assist you not to get it. It may assist you to also assist you to make the case mild.
Yes.
With less severe cases.
Yeah, I think it's getting clearer because I know that I had my measles jab as a kid. But as a grown-up, I still had a bit of it, but it wasn't that bad anymore. So we're not scared of going to.
So that's the essence of
okay. I guess that's how it works. The good thing is you said you're a gynecologist. That's your area of socialization after the general medicine, and a lot of people have actually written to us asking about the women who are pregnant, women who are lactating, what is their case. And I recall when I went to take mine, those questions were asked, and I wasn't in any of those categories, so I got it. So what is the implication for a pregnant woman? I'm sure there are people who may not really bother. They say, okay, let me just take it. It will protect me and my child. What are the implications, and why are they not being given to them?
So you see, science, especially the practice of medicine, it's about being safe. It's about don't do harm. It's one of the ethical provisions of medicine. You should not do harm.
Okay.
You understand? Doing harm requires that you must have available information, knowledge base, and what have you to ensure that whatever you are going to do, you are not going to inflict harm. And this harm, it could be to even the non-living person, a dead person. If you are to remove his organ without authorization, it's doing harm to the body. If it's an adult, you are giving him something that you don't have much knowledge about it. All this you should not do harm. So the literature so far has not addressed the issue of how pregnant women
can cope with
response to COVID immunization.
Okay.
We don't have the knowledge to say that, okay, since we don't have group of number of women that were vaccinated to follow them and see what is their disease. We don't know the antibody may either cross the placenta and then
get to
the baby, or could it be possible even the harmless organism that you are now introducing in your vaccination may also cross and cause harm to the body, to the baby. So because we don't have that pool of literature to support its vaccination, the issue is that let's play safe. And by playing safe, it means you restrict such group of people to being immunized. Let me give an example. At times, restriction can come because of over time study. There was a drug that was used sometimes back to, I think, to treat either I think it's early abortion, to stop early abortion, if I can remember. We call it thalidomide. Now, over a period of administration, they realized that babies that were delivered either have one hand absent, one finger absent, we call it pecomelia. So when that study accrued and find that all those is higher, the development of such problems is higher in those who took, even if they are isolated cases in society, but it's higher among those people who took thalidomide. And they call all the general manifestation that appears after taking that drug and baby is delivered as thalidomide syndrome. Completely, it was withdrawn from the market. You understand? Completely.
I never even heard of the drug before.
Yeah?
I never even heard of the drug before. Anyway.
Yes, it's no more in use. So it's only those historical perspectives that will be told. And all these are being mentioned so that we can be as much as safe as possible in trying to administer drug to pregnant women.
Okay, now
because they are dealing with two individuals now. Okay. The baby as an entity, that is in the womb, the embryo as an entity, and then the mother herself. And then they are interrelated. The baby depends wholly on the mother for survival. Now, along the line, the food nutrients that are getting to the baby, if you have something that the baby cells cannot cope with, get across at the time of development, they may affect some areas that organ will develop. So that you see, if it is affect the area that will transform into eye, it may be born blind. If it is the hand, so these are these. So all this issue is that while you are trying to protect society, you must know that what you don't have knowledge, especially as it affects the upcoming generation, you must be extra careful to ensure that harm is not done.
All right. Now, still speaking of pregnant women and ability to protect them, from unknown consequences of a vaccine, do we have known consequences of the effect of COVID-19 virus itself on the baby when the mother is carrying? I mean, if I were pregnant and I contract it, would my child be affected? Do we have any record like that?
You see, to my knowledge, I cannot say I've come along the along a situation like that, really. But we just have to look at it. The overall manifestations of the COVID-19 itself may affect this thing. When you have a high, very extreme fever, you understand? You know, it may affect into the pregnancy itself. When you have a situation whereby the mother will require oxygen through ventilators and rest, and or any other source of oxygen like oxygen mask and intubation, all these are issues that are this. The possibility of the woman going into premature labor may all be there because of the actual effect on her body. You understand? But say that the virus itself can cross and cause congenital malformation. That is structural defect at time of birth. I've not come across that literature, and I wouldn't want to say that it does or it doesn't, because you have to say something based on knowledge. It's possible currently, you know, the only thing we also have to understand that COVID-19 is a novel disease. It's a novel virus, so much research is ongoing. In fact, what saves us much is that it comes at a time when the technology is at peak. You understand? Everything that can take over 3, 4, 5 years now, with technology, you can shorten the pattern and the trend to ensure that it can be done in 3 months, for example.
Now, we're already done with the pregnant women. I'm sure nobody will be asking this question again. But let's move to the lactating mothers, that's the breastfeeding women. The baby is off the womb. The baby is breastfeeding. If I, had the jab of the vaccine, what's the link between that and the breast milk?
Yes, the link between that is it's all about sustainability and the capacity of cells in terms of maturity to withstand challenges, external. You understand? Everybody knows we have 2 extremes of ages. The youngest, the lower age group, and the higher age group. And by our own knowledge, we know that our response to infection is not the same. If you take, for example, a child of a baby of 3 months, and then an old man of 90 years, for example, and then a middle-aged man of 24 years, and then you subject them to the same condition, I do know that we all agree that their response will be different.
Definitely.
Because of their extreme of ages. Now, for the baby, when the immunity is very, very low, could it be that the fear that and then it's also independent of breast milk. So we need to know what is in the content of that milk that the baby is taking and how it affects him. You understand? So we don't have that knowledge. So without that knowledge, they say that when you are breastfeeding, stay safe, stay away.
Okay.
You understand? So that whatever the baby is taking from the mother will not likely unduly affect the baby negatively. So this is all our scientists. But you see, we are today where we are. In the next few months or years, because research is ongoing daily by daily, the WHO may come with the conclusion that, do you know that it is safe to give a pregnant woman?
Yes.
Did you know that it is that lactating breast women can be given?
Like I hear that the age of those who can receive it have actually come down a little bit more.
So these are the issues, because it's research-based this thing. So the issue is that it's not good to rush when you don't have the knowledge to do it. Because in sciences, is the risk versus benefit. It generally is principle of medicine. Risk versus benefit. Where the benefit outweighs the risk. You understand? We say go ahead and give. And now the risk is pregnant women coming down with the coronavirus. Now, how many of them have come that we have studied? So since they are not a large number, but if you say down that we don't pray, and I hope it will not happen like that, say that out of 100 pregnant women, 80 or so are coming down with the coronavirus. Then there should be a factor in them that's predisposing them to coming down with coronavirus. And at that instant now, we now say, since the mortality usually may be high because of the pregnancy itself, now the WHO can now come into conclusion that since the risk, that's a higher level of infection is much compared to the possibility of effect of vaccination to them. We now say, okay, immunize pregnant women. But we have not reached that level. It's still low. So, but you cannot stop it. From time to time, we can also gather knowledge. Incidentally or inadvertently, you can have a pregnant woman being immunized. If we have such number very big without this large, and it's reviewed among them, it's not that they are subjected in trial, it's inadvertently. You understand? Okay. So if they have large number and then nothing happened to their babies, then the science will say, okay, go ahead and do it. So, but for now, we don't have any information. And the highest thing one can adopt, which is the WHO is also at the WHO is for us to adopt is to adapt the stand of WHO on health issues. And they said, please do not immunize pregnant women.
That, I'm sure that we have taken care of that, deeply, and a lot of those questions that are here are all related. So I'll skip those ones and go to new ones. Elder Abuchi Ikegwonu from Mkpa Bende local government area of Abia State says, my question is, 1, if I am not affected by COVID-19 and I take the vaccine, is that not drug abuse?
You see, you are putting me in a very hot seat because, as I said, it's not really my this thing. No, it wasn't an abuse. It wouldn't be called as a drug abuse because the WHO and the whole study has established the fact that there is benefit in vaccination, and that's why so much money is being pumped into it. There is benefit in vaccination. So even if you didn't develop the disease and you took it, it means that you are trying to derive the benefit of not getting it, or when you have it, it becomes much lesser in terms of severity. So therefore, it cannot be considered as drug abuse.
Okay.
You see?
That's,
drug abuse is inappropriate taking of medication.
Yes. Of course, when we all small, we all had our BCG, polio, not because we had a disease. And that was to protect us from getting it.
And you see, if you even look at it now, gone are the days before when in Nigeria it was a serious tug of war, serious fight to administer polio vaccine. And today we are celebrating that is a good history that Nigeria is declared polio free. So that's easy.
So one day we'll celebrate.
Yes, the issue is knowledge and acceptability of things comes over time with experience. If people see that over time, people that took, I know of a lot of my friends that is no. I've convinced them, please go and take your job. They said no. If we have over 5,000 or 10,000 Nigerians who took their job and know things, then I'll go and take it. And now they have took their medicine and they're eager to receive their second doses.
Actually, somebody already said here, why won't Nigerians wait and observe other people before they begin to take? And you already answered that.
No, but you see, this question is not only that. You see, we are dealing with a global world. If Nigeria say, okay, let us stand and watch, we are not taking. Many people then now come down with it, and we lost so many people. And then our healthcare is not resilient enough. You understand? To respond to shock. The more we have admission, the more the country's economy will go down, the more you have this thing. So we watch. And then global politics too. Inter-country travel is now listening. For example, now, just of recent, in the last few years, even the National Hajj Commission made it clear. The Saudi authority says, get your 2 doses
before you come.
Your Hajj. So should we say now we are going to take that position? You see, the leadership is about trust. Those of them in the organ who are leaders must take it as a trust and weigh the benefit and the risk. Nigeria cannot be in isolation of international politics. We can't. And in fact, just consider when our borders were closed, virtually all the West African countries are affected. Their economy has gone down seriously. And with every cry that it should be open. Now it's open. So many in and out is coming. Our economy is going up, everything that I just seen. So shouldn't we get ourselves protected? So
we should, definitely. So this vaccine, is it free? Some people are saying that you need to pay to get it, but I didn't pay. I don't know if you paid. It was free for me.
Nobody needs to pay to get the vaccine. And let me be frank with generally.
All right, so I know
any vaccine outside the one delivered to Nigerians certified by NAFDAC, and delivered to Nigerian by National Primary Healthcare Development Agency as at today, it's not a vaccine. It should be anything else, but not vaccine. Even if it is vaccine, it's fake vaccine. Because it's well regulated that you as an individual, you cannot go and import for your family and bring it to the country. You cannot. And vaccine has been there for very decent. And the government has put in machineries to ensure that whatever is coming into this country is first of all tested to find to be safe in terms of toxicology, and then approval granted for it to be utilized for Nigerians.
I'm going to take you up on that, but let's quickly reiterate what you just said, that the vaccine is free via this promo. Let's see it.
This vaccine is safe, and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
Okay, now you know it is free. And while it was going on, I was still trying to look at some of the questions and share them with my guests. Doctor, I think this particular question, I have more than 3 of it. And let's see, we'll take it. I'm still looking at you as under your capacity as a doctor. I'll still move back to your capacity as an honorable member later. Somebody's asking here, actually 3 people, what will this vaccine affect my male organ when I take it?
Well, you see, as I made mention earlier, I'm not a specialist in the field, but we on daily basis, we review literatures. Because by my fact that I'm a doctor, and also by the fact that I chaired a committee on health, and I also have an advisory role in policy making, and also my constitutional right to legislate on health matters. So these 4 issues will always allow me to expand my knowledge so that I cannot just be sitting like that. So to my knowledge, I've not come across COVID vaccine affecting manhood. And you see, one thing with the COVID itself is a disease that suffers so much misinformation and information. Some information are correct when you get it from the reliable sources. Misinformation in the sense that everybody can stay in his own room and type information and say it's coming from Oxford, it's coming from a doctor in India, it's coming from a doctor in Germany, in his own room.
A doctor in Nigeria.
Yes. No, not even a doctor. Just say this and you share it. And then, because of the advantage of social media, it became viral, and then you hardly convince people that that is not a correct information. Social media has made it a fact that most of the actual fact became less viral compared to the fake news. So that's the problem now. And that is more or less much better in COVID-19. Somebody can even stay in his room, dramatize situation, get himself this and then share it up. And then we also have a lot of global politics here and there. You understand? Even among the companies themselves, one will try to outsmart the other, and all these things are issues. So the information as it relates to COVID, we must be very, very careful to ensure that we are getting it from an authentic source of information. Which is why we actually institute this topic for this program, to ensure that the public is completely, guided well. I'm tempted to also ask, would it have side effects on
the womanhood. But let me drop that question and move on. Under your capacity as a policy maker and a chairman of a health committee, I'd like to know, a question someone asked, and I'm throwing it back to you. Why did Nigeria decide to take the AstraZeneca we're using now instead of the other ones? Is it better for us?
You see, still in science, when we go back, we look at cost versus benefit, risk versus benefit. If you have these two concepts, then you'll be able to navigate and find which one you will afford. For example, if you have a drug, that logistic of getting the drugs to where you are going to administer and give it may drain your economy so much, and then may take it very difficult for it to go round, and then will provide the effect of almost, let's say, 80 or 90%. And then you have another one, that logistic is very, very minimal. It won't affect your economy in terms of this thing. Very easy to handle and distribute, and may have an effect of almost 70 to 80%. You now look at it. You want to achieve 70% herd immunity. Which one will you go for? If you go to the Pfizer vaccine, you need a temperature of minus 80 degrees.
Oh, wow, and that's almost impossible for us in Nigeria.
For storage. In a country that you are not sure of area in this country that you can say you can get 24 hours electricity supply for 30 consecutive days uninterrupted. You understand? And then if you have that, that's this, and you need a specialized freezers to cater for 200 million people. If you want to immunize 120 million, and then you also distribute it at that lower temperature, you are now left with, can you afford it? In terms of the cost.
Yes.
Costs will now determine where you go. If you answer no, I need to spend maybe 1 trillion naira to go around to do that. For example, I'm just citing an example.
Yes.
I'm not saying that the exact figure. And you now look at it and you put it, weigh it to your own economy. Can you afford it? If your answer is no, when you say you are initiating a program that is likely to fail, and that program will not see the light of the day. Now, if you say this one, you can spend 5 or 10 billion. That can easily be our decision. And it's because it's also cheaper and it's effective. You have donor bodies that are ready to give you such. And then you also have your own ability to also go out and procure it. Then you say, okay, let's do it. But we cannot say we are in the world today. Our economy can suddenly change. Nothing's this. We just enter into recession. And just like magic, the World Health Organization declared Nigeria out of magic. So if that magic that are blessing to the country continue to multiply in multiple fold, I think not only, even if it is minus 120, we may be able to afford it. And then the policy can change. And that's why for the COVID, whether you like it or you don't like it, whether you agree to commend or you don't agree, you must commend the Presidential Task Force for diligently working to advise Nigerians on what to procure, how to procure it, and even how to conduct ourselves. And I think so far, there is no aspect that government is involved, that people are carried along and fully educated, except if you want to not agree with them. That has, for me, received an excellent percentage of coverage like COVID, Presidential Task Force role in COVID-19. And they sat down, we sat down with them. They analyzed, they also seek for our distance. And every 3-month quarterly review, we are invited and we used to be there, so that to tell us where we have doubt. These are the issues. These are the problems. And these are solutions that we have arrived at based on the country's affordability. And you see, even the restrictions, when they initially they restricted, people started crying. So that to know that they are not punishing Nigeria. Now that the infection rate is below 100, you can see they have lessened a lot of issues. So,
as at yesterday, I think it was 44. But speaking about coverage, somebody says here, good morning. How would it be possible for those at the rural areas to be vaccinated? This person says his name is Comrade Lakia and Art. Thank you.
This is a very excellent question because every Nigerian will want to worry about those in rural areas, especially for those of us who are voted by people and represent people. I will have loved my people to be vaccinated first before myself. But then we are not talking of acceptability. A lot will not trust it when they say that president did not take it. Vice president did not take it. Speaker did not take it. You understand? So you must cite a good example, leadership by example. That's one. Two, you must also note who are your foot soldiers. Who are your foot soldiers? Just like now, if there is a problem now and you can you cannot go to certain area because of this thing, the government will provide vehicle to carry soldiers to there. And they cannot only send them there, they will arm them to go and fight. So it's the same scenario is applying to COVID. It's a war against the world. So we have to know who are our foot soldiers. And let's add what? Our medical healthcare professionals in the country who exposed themselves to an extreme risk in an attempt to save the life of individual. And I think I will have to commend every health worker in Nigeria and also to give them a statement of ovation that really they have served this country. A lot of hours are run out of the country, but many of them, seniors, still remain in the country despite the challenges and whatever, and they decided to remain and work for Nigeria. So their effort must be recognized. And I'm giving them a credit, generally every health worker in Nigeria, for taking maximum risk. You see, so they have to be protected first.
Yes.
If you didn't protect your first line of defense, you're not going to hospital and you find that most of the beds are occupied by health workers rather than the patients themselves. So, and that's why the WHO came with the policy. And it's adapted in Nigeria that look, in your first line of this. Then you also go to the most vulnerable groups. The most vulnerable groups. You understand? Who are easily likely to develop the infection. It may be because of their age. It may be because of their sex. It may be for anything. Just put it vulnerable disease. It may be because of their profession. You take care of them. Because there is still a scarcity of the vaccine world over. As we are going, more is being produced. Affordability is becoming, accessibility is becoming much easier, and then definitely in the nearest this year, very soon, the federal government is going to present the supplementary budget, which will now factor everyone that is supposed to be vaccinated. But the most important now is also to be able to work and convince Nigerians, especially those on the rural areas, to see that the vaccine, a lot of our leaders have so far received the vaccine. If they are monitoring, none of them develop any side effect of this thing, because I assure you, if any leader develop a side effect,
it will be news.
It will be known all over. So that shows that from deduction, you can deduce from the number of leaders that have so far received the drug, the injection, without any adverse drug action. That's for what we have in Nigeria is safe.
That's good. All right. So Joyce says she's writing in from Asaba. And he says, in Asaba, where can I get my own vaccine? And she also added, I think this vaccine should be distributed to healthcare centers everywhere to enable people get them. I'm particularly impressed that someone is anxiously wanting to take it, because one of the things I took away from our opinion last week was that a lot of Nigerians are still very skeptical, but she is in Asaba and she wants it in all healthcare centers. I know that a lot of states have actually taken theirs, and if you go to the ministries, you'll be able to find out where.
I think the pattern of distribution, it is handed to the state, and the state is handed it to State Primary Healthcare Development Agency, who are now saddled with responsibility of vaccinating. So I think she can liaise with people of the state Primary Healthcare Development Agency. They will direct her to this. And as you quite said, hesitancy, that's the lack of desire to go and take it. As far as we are concerned now, is the major issue. And I believe that I must also thank the Executive Director of National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. He is addressing the issue of hesitancy zone by zone. Just yesterday, I received a letter from his office inviting me to a meeting of multi-stakeholders to address hesitancy on the Northwest. Major key players are invited so that we can look at what are the people concerned, what are these things, how do you alleviate their concern, how do you try to convince them these things. Just as what happened to polio vaccine. You know that one? It has become in such a way that there are some houses that you see people holding cutlass. Come close to my house and something will happen. But today, everybody later on realized that there is benefit. And how did they come to? When they see over times, cripples are reducing in the country. Babies are not this. So people say, okay, really, there is a direct relationship between polio and crippled state of a born baby. And people now gradually begin to accept it. And today we are celebrating. So I do hope that even with this, but we definitely as leaders and as major stakeholders, we work hard to ensure that we try to encourage people. And one thing is, which the government has accepted, no forcing you to take it. But we'll convince you with reason on why you should take it. And a lot of people are beginning to change their attitude towards taking the immunization. And many people, and that's why you now have people requesting knowledge to go where to go.
You know, I'm going to stop looking at you as a doctor and look at you as an honorable member and ask more questions within that territory. You represent a community, and I know within that community there are a lot of people who are still skeptical. As a man who is not just medically, enlightened, but a man who is also a mouthpiece for these people, legislating for them, how much effort are you and indeed other people making to reach out to your constituency to ensure that you reorientate them and get them to, move forward towards getting healthier?
You see, mine is very, very simple, and I prayed if any other member or senator can have the situation I find myself, it will have been much, much easier.
Really? What's the situation?
Because the local government I represent constituted Yauri Emirate. That's Ingeski Shanga and Yauri itself. And it's Yauri Emirate. And Emirate is usually headed by an emir. So why I said so, my emir is a former vice chancellor, is a microbiologist.
Wow.
And he knew so much about virology. And that is also his special field. You understand? So he took it upon himself to lead the advocacy for administration of the vaccine. And he took it publicly and instructed all his council members to also take it. And virtually all the other leaders in my country. And that's why the hesitancy is there much less. And let me tell you, even before the vaccine, in terms of social distancing, if you ask anybody in my constituency that says you have something to go to do to Emir's Palace, the first thing that person will do, where will I get a chemist or a pharmacy that I can buy face mask?
Face mask.
Yes. And
because he knows he will not be allowed in.
He has never allowed anybody to go into his palace without face mask. He has never appeared public without using a face mask. So you cannot go there, you have to wash your hands and sanitize. So all the recommendation by CDC, NCDC is adopted by him, and therefore it descended down to the teaming addition. So with that, it becomes very much easier. And that's why we are definitely for us, and I keep on telling, even the PTF I told him, you see, when you succeed along the line, and a similar situation find herself, trace yourself backward and follow that same pattern. If that one has addition, since it's not bad, so if you are doing bad and you keep on repeating it, you won't succeed. But you see, what I mean by this, for us to succeed, to fight polio, especially in the northern part of the country, we allowed the traditional rulers to champion the cause of fighting against polio. So because they are closer to the people and they educate in a cultural way, people find them more acceptable than the one that will now come and have what they may consider as European approach or any other this thing. So when they lead, the acceptability becomes this thing. The hesitancy gradually winds down, and then acceptability started rising. And in the shortest possible time, they are this thing. And even now, we must go back and see how we can incorporate them to be part and parcel of fight against COVID, and assign them a role that is respectful of them, so that when they play that role, I assure you people will get this.
All right, so you champion with the traditional leaders to ensure that the people get to understand the need for them to fight COVID and take the vaccine.
And that's my recommendation.
I also know that, we all know that the fathers are always a voice we must listen to. But I also know that the religious leaders also play a role. I have heard some, religious leaders, try to counter it.
I quite agree with you. You see, when you say a traditional council, Emir is the head.
Okay.
And no council that doesn't have a religion leader in it.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
Because those religious leaders are also indirectly
linked up
under the council itself. So it's a multifactorial approach. Look, you cannot be a very senior cleric or a very senior Islamic teacher, any this and this. And you cannot say that when your Emir call you or your Oba or Eze call you, you cannot come. Because some of them are part of the council.
Mm-hmm.
Because the council need to be advised culturally and religiously. They have religious advisors. No Emir or no Oba or Eze will not say you will not have, even if you go where the predominant religion is. Let's say if you go to areas where predominant religion is Christianity, you still have the Muslim there being represented. If you go to this area, the Islam is the predominant religion there. You also have those other interest groups also reflected in that council. Because if you go to it, you can have somebody that will call Sarkin Igbo, Sarkin Yoruba, that's the chief of Igbo, the chief of Yoruba, in my own constituency too. You understand? And they also have advisory role. The emir will call them and ask them, what is the interest of your people? What are their problems? How do they also help the society they are standing? How do you increase cohesion and relative stay in peace? Or even absolute if we can get it. Do you understand? So they are part of the...
All right, so I'm glad to know that within your constituency, the advocacy is high. And I also know that with what you've just said, compliance will also be high. Now, still picking from your portfolio as an honorable member, and of course, the man chairing the state of affairs when it comes to Committee of Health. A lot of us Nigerians are scared of fake vaccine coming in. As at now, we don't have any, but a lot of us are rushing to take it now because we don't know about tomorrow. I don't know, but are there rules, are there provisions being made to ensure that we don't get to ever have this happen? Because if we take the wrong one, we actually get to, rather than, live healthier, we get to kill ourselves.
Yes, you see, that's why I told you that we have this, we have to, one, no vaccine can come into this country except through National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. And that's first principle. No vaccine can come to this country except through National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. I mean, you go and buy a million of these, it has to come. And no vaccine imported by National Primary Healthcare Development Agency can be utilized in this country without approval of NAFDAC.
So it's hand in hand to ensure that we maintain standards.
And NAFDAC cannot just sit down in her office, in their office and give you an approval. They must work to ensure that the vaccine is safe for national development.
That's good.
And let me tell you that something is just policy. There are some, let me tell you, this system has helped because there is no way custom will allow you to bring it. There is no way. Even though we say, people will say, well, yes, we have porous borders. But when you come into the country, there is surveillance that is ongoing. With that surveillance, continuous surveillance, and then the fact that also there is enforcement, there is re-strategizing and reorganization of enforcement unit of NAFDAC. Things are becoming very, very difficult for somebody to dream of bringing in vaccine. Anybody that wants to bring vaccine must liaise with the Primary Healthcare Development Agency. And National Primary Healthcare Development Agency is guided by policy, and they cannot go out of this policy. You see, it just have to be very strict like that, because without being too strict, we don't know what people will import into the country. That may even deny people to accept the right one.
Honestly.
So that's this thing, and that is this. I'm telling you, I'm fully involved and I'm fully informed.
I'm reassured.
And one
again.
thing, let me tell you one thing. All those that knew me, I stand by the country's regulation.
That's good to know.
Anything that is in the excellent law, I stand it. There was a case that I won't mention it publicly, but I stood by them, and I always stand by that, because we must safeguard the health of our people.
It's important.
We must do it, because the position we are now is just a trust, and it's over time. So what is needed for you is to do the best you can, so that in future, you either remember yourself as you have done the right thing, or people remember you in your absence that, look, when he was there, he has done that. And I think that's the guiding principle.
All right, I will soon be packing up to go, but let me quickly see. Godwin from Plateau State is asking, if I take the vaccine, how long will it last? I think for now we just take 2, and that is at interval of 3 months in Nigeria for now, or 10 to 12 weeks. So it depends on what time is given to you, but I don't know when the next one will
I
be.
think
is it supposed to be
trying
last?
to ask how long will the immunity
Last.
Is it for life? Is it that in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years
You need to take another one.
Take another one?
Yes.
That, as we go, Sani will explain us that to us.
Okay, like you
Because
mentioned,
we have to
it's still
monitor
no veil.
people over time.
Yes.
What is their level of antibody as of today? After giving, after 4 months, after 3 years, after so it's just a scientific this thing. Now,
All right.
We'll answer that question.
Okay, thank you
But
so much.
finally, let's summarize. If I'm to summarize, I will have said that I've accepted. I have took the vaccine myself, and I'm convinced from the literature I've reviewed,
that is good.
and the local findings as of today, that the vaccine is safe.
All right, thank you so much. We got to go at this point, and I don't need anybody asking questions again. Please, if you haven't taken it, just go there. Do yourself a favor. It's for you, not for me. Do it. Just go and get it. Bye.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
This vaccine is safe, and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online. All visit.
Very good morning. Welcome to the news at 10 live on NT News 24. We're transmitting from our studios here in Abuja. I am Claire Adilabu Abdul Razak. The headlines. Benue State Security Council condemns in strong terms killing of 12 soldiers, a sick cause of mayhem.
The meeting resolved that the demarcation of the boundary between the two local government areas be carried out as soon as possible.
And state governments engage French government on greater bilateral trade relations.
Of deliberations and very useful suggestions from all the states, and then with a request for interventions and collaboration.
That are set in the course of the recent mayhem unleashed in the community. Governor Samuel Otom, who chaired the meeting, says the council condemned in strong terms the killing of 12 soldiers. Charles Abba reports.
Apart from condemning the killing of 12 soldiers in the recent attack on the military in Konshisha, Governor Samuel Otom explained that other resolutions of the council included confirmation that militiamen were responsible for the killing of soldiers deployed to keep peace between Konshisha and Ojuloko government areas, expression of condolences to President Muhammadu Buhari, Chief of Army Staff and families of the deceased soldiers, confirmation of death of 6 persons, including 2 militia members in the communities, as against the 8 earlier reported, that all those involved in the killing of the soldiers be arrested and prosecuted, and that traditional rulers and other stakeholders should ensure that all weapons taken from the soldiers be returned unconditionally.
To end the lingering crisis between Oju and Konshisha, the meeting resolved that the demarcation of the boundary between the two local government areas be carried out as soon as possible.
The governor further stated that the council appreciated the military for accepting the plea of the state government not to aggravate the situation in Konshisha. The meeting advised stakeholders to desist from making inflammatory statements and allow government and security agencies to handle the matter. The governor added that as soon as the arms are returned, the State Security Council would review the situation. In Makudi, Charles Abba, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the slain 12 soldiers in Benue State were buried yesterday at this military cemetery, Urukum Makudi. Blessing Omeche Bute reports that Governor Samuel Otom was also in attendance and promised to assist security agencies in fishing out the perpetrators of the attack.
The governor who condemned the attack condoled with President Muhammadu Buhari as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the Nigerian Army, and families of the deceased for the loss, describing the attack as unfortunate.
I want to assure the Nigerian Army, the families, and in fact Nigerians, that attack on security men is attack on all. I equally want to apologize to the families of the bereaved. As at that time that I made those comments of 2 soldiers, it was the information available to me.
In their separate messages, the chaplain and imam of 72 Special Forces Battalion, who sued for peace in the land, say the fallen soldiers lived sacrificial lives protecting the territorial integrity of the country. The bodies were later laid to rest after a 21-gun salute in their honor. In Makudi, Blessing Omeche Ebute, NTA News.
Meanwhile, Northern Governors Forum has condoled with the Nigerian Army over the killing of 12 soldiers in Konshesha local government area of Benue State, describing it as a condemnable act which must not be allowed to happen again, as it is capable of demoralizing security personnel from giving their best to fighting insecurity in the country. Now, Chairman of the Forum and Governor of Plateau State, Simon Bako Lalong, in a statement, says the forum sympathizes with the families of the slain soldiers and the Nigerian Army over this unfortunate incident which occurred when the soldiers were on an assignment to ensure the security of lives and property. The forum urges the Army not to be discouraged by the act and continue carrying out their legitimate duty of defending Nigeria's territorial integrity and assisting in maintaining internal security, particularly at this time when the nation is confronted by many criminal activities. While pledging its continued support and collaboration to the armed forces and the security services in general, the Northern Governors appealed to the Army to remain professional and exercise caution and restraint even as they work hard to fish out the perpetrators of the dastardly act. The Governors also called on the citizens to assist the security forces with useful information that will lead to the arrest of those behind the killings of the soldiers, as well as the apprehension of other criminals tormenting innocent citizens across the country. Meanwhile, Plateau State Governor Simon Bako Lalong is full of praises and admiration for security personnel for their swift response that thwarted the attempted kidnap of 4 students at the Plateau State University Bokos. The attempted kidnap was said to have occurred on Monday night when gunmen stormed the off-campus student residence at Nda community near the university campus and attempted to kidnap 4 students. On receiving the distress call, officers of Operation Safe Haven, Operation Rainbow, Nigeria Police, University Security Community Watch Group mobilized and went after the kidnappers who had taken 4 students. Facing apparent capture, the criminals aborted their mission and ran away, leading to the safe recovery of the students. Governor Lalong, who commended the security agencies for rising up to the occasion and being proactive, directed the immediate establishment of a police post within the host community of the university in order to forestall any future occurrence. The governor also directed that security is tightened in all other schools across the state to guarantee the safety and security of students. Student security, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Ibrahim Tahiru, has reiterated the commitment of the armed forces to improving security situation across the country. During an appearance before the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the purchase of arms and ammunition by the armed forces from 2010 to date, the Army Chief forwarded documents requested to aid the investigation.
I believe we'll continue to remain partners in progress. We'll continue to work for the Nigerian people.
The committee will, in the next 4 weeks, study the contents, after which it hopes to have another engagement with the Army Chief. The Nigeria Police also appeared at Monday's sitting, but deliberations were shifted to a later date to enable the appearance of the Inspector General. All right, time to look at sports now. And the National Sports Festival has come and almost gone, but memories from it will linger on for a very long time. Senior correspondent Femi Johnson, who has been monitoring events in Odo State, is joining me live as the closing ceremony is just a few minutes away. Femi, good to see you. And what's the atmosphere like now?
Good to see you too, Claire. Let me say that this is Sahamogbemudia Stadium, venue of the closing ceremony of the 20th edition of the National Sports Festival. And I would like to let you know that actually federal government's involvement in control regularization and organization of sports in Nigeria started in 1962, and then it was known as National Sports Council. So far, 11 times the name has been changed, and presently the name is Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports. For the National Sports Festival that is closing today, it started in 1973, and that was in Lagos. And so for 2 weeks, we have seen thrills, excitements, frenzy, suspense, and equally to a little bit of anger from some of the athletes who are not actually pleased with either the performance of the referees or also their own performance. But that is not the issue at stake now. We're talking about the closing ceremony. And I can let you know that the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, he is expected to be here to declare this game closed. Why at the moment we have 8 states competing for the next host of the festival. But let's come down to what has happened so far. I have with me here Patience Okon. Patience is a national athlete. She's well known. Patience, what would you say is your experience here in Edo?
Yeah, thank you. My experience here in Edo is that everything in Edo is going on very well. The track is fast. Even the environment is conducive for the athletes to compete. And also, what we are trying to say here is that please, if they can bring the all-Nigerian to Edo State, we will quite appreciate.
And your performance, I noticed and I watched you. What really happened?
Though nothing really happened right now because I didn't come here for me to maybe win gold or win silver or bronze, but I came here to execute my race, and because this is my first race, this is my first outing for this year. Yeah.
So what would you want athletes to take into consideration or to pick from the National Sports Festival that is just about to end?
Yeah, for the young ones that came to watch the competitions, all what I have to tell them is that they should go back home and work hard and have the focus that they can do it.
Thank you so much, Patience. I also have with me a coach of Delta State. He's also in charge of athletics. Please come closer. Coach Esabuno Navua is here with me. Navua, you watch everything, particularly athletics. How would you describe the standard?
Well, the standard is quite high. When we come back to Delta State, you see their performance. So far, we have won about 12 gold, and we still have 2-3 more golds to compete for. The athletics in Delta State, the standard has been high. Courtesy, the governor and the Sports Commission chairman. As I speak with you, the governor and the Sports Commission chairman designated about 25 athletics coaches in the 25 local governments. We have good programs, youth development programs. That is why you see from the 100 to the 200, you can see about the Delta athlete Patience, Grace Wonkosha has met the Olympic standard, both in the 100 and the 200 meters.
So what are your expectations as we look forward to the relay races in these finals?
Yeah, like I said, we are good to go. And the finals, we are just waiting for the time. When the time comes, we're going to execute what we have prepared for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sabuno. Also, in this same festival, 7 states are yet to win any medal. Yobe State, they have 5 silver and 2 bronze medals. Katsina State, they have 3 silver and 4 bronze medals. Kebbi State, they have 1 silver and 4 bronze medals. Adamawa State is having 1 silver and 1 bronze. Sokoto State is having 3 bronze medals, while Benue and Taraba are having 1 bronze medals. But talking about those who are setting the pace in this festival, Delta State is leading comfortably, I would say, clear, with 139 gold, 98 silver, and 92 bronze medals, a total of 329 medals won so far. Edo State is second with 118 gold, 100 silver, 91 bronze, a total of 309. While Bayelsa State is having 50 gold to place third, 49 silver, and 55 bronze, a total of 154 medals. Rivers State is fourth, 28 gold, 30 silver, and 51 bronze, while Lagos State is fifth with 24 gold, 30 silver, and 46 bronze. It is an exciting moment. People are looking forward to what will happen at the closing ceremony. And besides the vice president declaring this game closed, I want to let you know that the event is expected to start from 5 o'clock. And by 9 o'clock, it is expected that it will be over. There will be cultural displays. There will also be some other things like parade by all the states that have participated in this event. Equally too, we are anticipating the big 4x100 meters race in male and female, and also 4x400 meters male and female. This is where the thrills and excitement of this competition is expected to be brought out finally and climaxed. But for the host nation that will be named, like I said earlier on, Claire, it is going to be a keen contest. 8 states are bidding for it, but at the moment we have 2 that seems to be a little bit ahead in terms of who is going to be announced. Whether it's going to be Delta, whether it's going to be Kaduna, or any other state, one thing is certain, Claire, one state will be announced as the next host of the National Sports Festival. I have here also the media aide to the Minister of Youth and Sports, Kola Daniels. Kola, you are welcome.
Thank you for having me.
What statement has Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport made in this festival?
It has brought about what I call tools for national unity, tools for national peace, and to promote culture among the 36 states. An exciting national sport festival, no doubt about it. But if you can ask me, the statement is this 20th National Sports Festival is the precursor to the Olympics, is the offshoot to the Olympics for the National Sport for the Ministry of Youth and Sport Development. If you ask me again, the excitement about it is having someone like Grace Nwankwocha who actually edge out no other person but talking about AC Brume in the 100 meters, and automatically both of them are qualified for Olympics. I think that is an edge. Adekuroye Odulayo is not left out of the party. The world #1 in wrestling actually showcased intensity, readiness for the Olympic with a demonstration in the wrestling event. And my high point so far as far as this ongoing 20th National Sport Festival is concerned, it's not about sporting, but talking about Stephanie Ozunizike, the 10-year-old gymnast who actually shone like a million star. She got 4 medals, 1 gold medal, 2 bronze, and as well 1 silver. A 10-year-old gymnast for Team Anambra. And don't forget the lady who actually got 15 medals in swimming. Wow, that is the high point for me. 8 gold medals. She had 8 gold medals, 2 silver, and as well 5 bronze. Talking about not other possible, talking about Ifegbe. She won 15 gold medals. By and large, I think we have witnessed an excitement of National Sport Festival. We've witnessed the intrigues, the suspense, the artistry, the great display of talent, the spirit of sportsmanship, and above all, amazing skills displayed by different athletes, respectively. But you must give kudos to the Delta State for Team Delta. They are the mitochondria, I call them the mitochondria, meaning they are the powerhouse for holding it in the summit of the table. Not left out of the party, not a team, but talking about the team Edo and as well Team Baesa.
So if I may come in, Kola, what would you now say are your expectations as we look forward to the closing ceremony this evening?
4x100 relay race and 4x4 meters relay. That will be the grand finale that we use to wrap up the 20th National Sport Festival. But it might interest you to know that Delta, they might give a run for money again this evening. But we're going to witness a colorful closing ceremony with display of cultural dance, with the announcement of who hosts the next National Sport Festival, the Biennial National Sport Festival. Where is the pendulum going to swing? Just 5-6 hours to this present hour, that city will be announced.
Why is it a competitive issue when it has to do with the hosting of the National Sports Festival? 8 states bidded for this hosting again. And I could recall when it was in Abuja in 2008, it was exactly the same thing before it got to Edo State.
This is our own Olympic. This is the most prestigious National Sport Festival. This is one of our best sporting activities that comes to the country. But if 8 states is bidding, that tells you about the competition. That tells you about the narrative have changed completely, and that makes you to understand that it promotes activities of the nation. Perhaps the city will actually host. Edo State is not left out of the party. You could see the economic activities is no longer in a standstill, has improved tremendously.
Thank you so much. That has been Kola Daniels, media aide to the Minister of Youth and Sport and also a sports journalist. And so, Claire, that is the situation here in Benin, Edo State at the Sam Ogbemudia Stadium. If you look at my background, the stage is completely set for this event and everybody's looking forward to it. Even besides that, every other places here at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium is already knitted and set. Talking about where the dignitaries are going to be seated, you could see that everything is being arranged, every place is set. So we're looking forward to a very hilarious closing ceremony of the 28th National Sports Festival that has witnessed not less than 8,000 athletes. Claire.
I have so many questions. I'm sure you know I'm particularly excited and nostalgic about athletics, especially when it has to do with relays, 4x100 and 4x400. But I'll just keep it at that and look forward to the closing ceremony. And funny enough, those traditional, states that used to maintain the traditional positions, Lagos, have gone down 6 positions, Imo 7, and are not on the first 3 positions. But Femi, thank you very much. We'll keep in touch with you, of course, for the closing ceremony soon.
Thank you so much, Claire. Trust NTA, you can't beat the rich. We'll give you the best when it has to do with sports.
All right, and that's our senior correspondent, Femi, joining us live from the Sao Media Stadium in Benin. Let's take our first break. We'll be right back shortly.
Yes, who is there?
Now, open, it's me, Emeka.
My brother, how far now?
Bros, is it true that the price of petrol will soon go up again? I don't understand this country again. Food and electricity are expensive. Now I'm hearing that fuel too will increase. Why now?
Emeka, don't let anybody confuse you, please. The regulation of the price of petrol means the market is now open for healthy competition. The price could go up or down. It all depends on the market forces.
The price will still go up again?
Not like that. Nigeria has spent about 10 trillion naira on fuel subsidy. And with this deregulation, that money will be used for other important things like infrastructure and education. This competition will reduce the price in the long run.
Are you serious?
Yes, now. You see how SIM cards are now.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
This vaccine is safe and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. Corona, no big pass us. We go fight time, we go win. As long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go win. Oh. Corona, na the virus, we dey worry human being. E no get Lego, but e dey waka from person to person. But we fit beat am, we fit stop am if we maintain good hygiene and practice social distancing. We go, we know. No shaking hands with your neighbor. Blow them a kiss from afar. Use soap and water to wage war. Let's show this thing who we are. We are special, we're courageous, we are awesome human beings. We dey super, we get power, we can conquer anything. If we hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love each other, we go, we know. If it be like say you know well, like it's something they do you, and you feel say, you believe say, you get a seed they do you, and your body no grisogy, like it's something they do you. No let panic finish you, you go, we know. Self-isolate for the sake of all the people that you love. Oh, don't go around spreading rumors, 'cause fake news won't help anyone. You are special, you're courageous, you're a caged human being. You too much, oh, you get power, you can conquer anything. Only if you hear word and obey laws and exercise discipline. Wash your hands, love one another, we go, we know. My brother, my sister, papa, mama, and pikin. COVID-19, no big pass, we go fight and we go win. Just as long as we remember to always do the right thing. Wash your hands, love each other, we go, we know.
Hello and welcome. It's Visual Impressions on NTA and I am Umar Mohammed. Today we will be looking at the gradual emergence of one of Africa's leading teen artists, Tunde Odunlade. In the early 1960s, Tunde was a pioneer member of a workshop organized by expatriate Susan Wenger in Osogbo. Now, Visual Impressions had a chat with the second-generation artist of Osogbo School, who practices in a diverse set of mediums. Let's get to find out more on his intricate and highly textured technique in the clip that follows.
A major artistic transformation occurred in Osogbo, a Yoruba town in western Nigeria, in the early 1960s. Expatriates such as Susan Wenger, Yuli Boyer, and Georgina Boyer introduced new techniques and materials to Yoruba artists and urged them to find their own forms of expression. The workshops focused on printmaking but were intended to help participants to learn to support themselves, and that gave birth to the emergence of Tunde Udunlade, who through several decades of vigorous art practice is now one of Africa's most celebrated batik art tapestry and design artists. Tunde Udunlade was born in 1954 on the 26th of November. He is a Nigerian artist, actor, and musician known for his batik art tapestry and design. He specializes in textile art and photography.
I'm an artist, and I work with textile and fiber art and then printmaking. I'm from Ile-Ife, but I live in Ibadan, and I live in part in the US. So I've been juggling my life between Nigeria, America, and part of Europe since 1981. And now I decided to have a place in Nigeria that I can say, let's do the art thing. That is music, drama, dance, and of course visual arts.
In the early 1970s, Tunde studied with Yinka Adeyemi, a member of the Osogbo School of Arts that was largely responsible for the explosion of creative contemporary art emanating from Nigeria under the Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife. He developed a technique called batik applique, a process that builds on traditional textile print technique to create wool hangings with unusual depth and texture. His favorite technique for making prints is lino cuts. His photography style is a style that combines the technique of marbleizing, calligraphy, and batik to create organic abstractions.
I always feel proud anywhere I am in the world because Nigeria art equals the best you can find anywhere in the world. I've traveled a great deal and I've seen how much respect there is for us as Nigerians. Even a lot of time I cry here, in my closed door, that we don't know our own value. Foreigners value us more than we value ourselves. So we suffering from what I call self-repudiation.
As a Christian, you believe you are under the protection of Jesus Christ, which is what this is. So you are under his care. And then the thief, who is not that, but one race, but all of us coming under the same umbrella of this message at the Calvary, which is love. This one here I call far and away. Yoruba will say, ibi tá ń lọ ò jìnnà, ibi tá ń yà ló pọ̀. Where we are going is not too far. It is where we are branching that is far. And sometimes you could be rigmaroling, you could be just going round and 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 round. If care is not taken, you never get anywhere. But this is where you need to be, the center. So whatever it would cost you to be at the center, that's what you should settle for.
His images draw on the rich history of Yoruba arts and culture, modern-day life in Nigeria, and his passion for music.
This one I call Kabiesi, like I'm holding Ibukere in my hand, similar to what the Kabiesi is holding here. And then some people paying homage to the king. There's a proverb in Yoruba, Arobafe Nobampa, that is, it is the one who goes against the rule of the king, that the king can say whatever. Anyway, but most importantly, the Arobafe there does not mean that he has behaved rudely against the king, but rather he has sent the king to his bedroom, to his secrecy, and then when you know a ruler too much, they feel uncomfortable about you, and care is not taken, you may regret that you are too close. I don't know if you noticed that this is Professor Ade Ajayi, that renowned historian, and his wife, inestimable jewel, Mrs. Christine Ade Ajayi. And as you could see, this picture they may have taken when they were in their younger days, you know, so it's a good, memorable picture. We have named this place the Ooni of Ife's bedroom. So that's why you have the beaded tapestry, one of my works, laying on the bed, and the Irukere flying whisk, the crown, and then the shoes all made out of beads. So this is the corner of royalty in the gallery, and it is in honor of our Kabiyesi, the Ooni of Ile-Ife, Oba Adeyeye Babatunde Ogunwusi Ojaja II. Kabiyesi o. In this whole place, we have almost 90 artists, creative people here. I personally, as an artist, I see art as a tool using Yoruba proverb, which is what my art centers upon. And of course, I'm a Nigerian. Sometimes it depends on the subject matter. I could use Igbo proverb. I speak a little bit of Hausa. I can use Hausa, incorporate it in what I'm doing. And when I take my work to the international community, they see me coming from this rich culture.
He co-founded the Toki Memorial Arts Center in Ibadan, where he served as artistic director for 14 years. This center became a major force in discovering and nurturing artists. He also founded the International Campaign for Better Artists, ICBACA, a non-profit organization dedicated to using art to bridge gaps between cultures, both at home and abroad.
I think I do like this one the most because it talks about our immediate society, whereby we do not see the need to provide for the needy. We need to. I mean, it was bad sometimes that food that were supposed to be shared, you know, for people during the pandemic as a palliative. We are found locked up in some places. You lock in our food and people are hungry. No, God doesn't like that. A bird with seed in its mouth can't whistle. It is the one without food that shouts all the time. Because this addresses our immediate problem in Nigeria, this one then becomes my favorite. Like you can see, just promises upon promises upon promises, looking bright, every day looking bright. But as you go closer and closer to the wealthy, to the Arabs, you know, until you see that the Arabs have a lot of fruits on the tree, you know, and the head is shining, colorful. When their own guy here is dry, you know, and you see fruits over there for them to eat, so they have abundance. I see people in the city, you know, like floating. You know, it is the energy in the city that really drives what the people in the city do. When you just about starting or you're struggling to do something, you know, the struggling keep going. Sometimes you yield result. Sometimes you feel like you actually want to continue. But if you can manage to continue, you stay at it. After a while, it becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. And then if you insist on it, then you can become a star. As you can see, this looks like a trophy. And I say, you don't wait until they reward you before you reward yourself, in as much as you know that you are doing the right thing. So this is self-rewarding, you know. And if you know that what you're doing is right, keep doing it. If what you're doing is not so right, change it. So I'm trying to show the 5 continents about the message in here is the way the whole world has now become a network, has become one with technology, with information, with IT. You know, the world has become one. So it's like a spider web, the world. So that's what I'm trying to show here. I call this on jungle justice. You know, we have court of law to all the time come to our aid to judge on matters. We don't have to be just behaving as if we are not civilized. We all have to show that we are civilized people. So justice must prevail on any matter. This is Tunde Lawal, and his specialty is making what he call, you know, sculptured wall clock. Somebody walking here and saw pencils being used there, and he said, pencil. That is, by the time today start using all the pencil to make his clock, pencil will become scarce. That's not true. When you use raw material is made and is used, it encourages production of more of that material. So because one person is using one thing in a large quantity does not mean that is going to truncate, you know, the production. So the higher the demand, the more the production should be. This is a work that is very important to me in a lot of ways. It's important to me because it talks about accuracy, you know, in life. Look at this wristwatch here. It's on 10 and 2 o'clock time, which is the way you hold your steering when you are driving. But if you hold your steering like 7 and 5 times, like this, that is not balanced. If you look at some of what cause accident in our country or anywhere where accident is rampant, 85% of it is human error or nonchalant attitude of human beings. But if they say drive on the right, drive on the right. Hold your steering like this, hold your steering like that. So when you are able to balance that, then you are at peace with yourself. So in the same way, when you have 2 people, 1, 2, be it business partner, couple, friends, family, when they at loggerhead with each other, then when they want to talk to each other, they shout, "Move, I said you should." When the distance between them, you know, doesn't call for that noise, but because their heart is distant from each other, when you are bonded together, you can ordinarily wink, and the person will understand what you're talking about. So communication becomes easier, life becomes more peaceful. So you have to be bonded together. You have to have those three things together. That way, life becomes more abundant. Then you can be successful, which is what yellow stands for. White stands for purity, orange stands for courage, blue stands for love, purple stands for royalty because everybody is royal, you know. So, and then it is when you have all this in your life and you practice as such that whatever your DNA, you can be free anywhere you are in the world.
Tunde has devoted considerable energy towards improving conditions in Nigeria. In 1999, he founded the Nigerian Artists for a Nation Anew, NAFANA, whose mission was to encourage Nigerian artists to use their talents to help their country overcome the corruption and poverty that plagued it for decades. Through the program, Tunde curated a major exhibition entitled Artists and Nation Building, Nigeria at 39. In 2001, he was commissioned by the Nigerian Debt and Management Office, DMO, to curate a show as part of their International Conference on Sustainability, Debt and Management Strategy for the exhibition Together We Rebuild a Nation. Artists were asked to depict both their dreams for their country and the ways which oppressive external debt is hampering their realization.
My career started in 1973 as an artist. And ever since, I have been carried on in my mind that whatever opportunity that I have, I must share with other artists. So when I'm doing exhibition or traveling, I travel a lot. I carry works of other artists with me. And when I sell the work, I come back home and give them money. I sold your work for you. I could see that happiness on their face. So that tells me that in my own little way, I'm creating happiness and joy on the faces of some people. So, and you know, as you grow, so as well you increase in whatever you are doing. And I've created quite a lot of exhibitions with particular interest to the one that I created in this country 18 May 2001, in the days of President Olusegun Obasanjo, our ex-president, when I was commissioned to curate an exhibition that will show the world the calamitous repercussion of our external debt then. And then I curated the show. All the directors of our international money lenders came to the show. I created the show to show how this external debt has been hampering our growth. And at the end of the campaign that was put up by the regime at the time, which my work formed a larger part of the campaign, our debt was knocked off. The only finished product that goes out of this country is nothing but art. And when I say art, I mean art in all ramifications. Dance, music, acting, visual art, all those arts family is the only finished product that goes out of this country. And how come we don't take it seriously? If nothing at all, what part of this art does to us is it gives us good image launder outside of Nigeria. Asymmetrism is, without question, unconventional behavior, you know. And then here, it shows how behaviors are made up and the output of that behavior and how the behavior spreads around. Give women a chance. And as you can see, this appears to be the sophisticated one among them. And this is like mother of all, embracing all the other women, all the other young ladies. And that's a megaphone saying, give us a voice. And this one say, I share to the voice that we have given you.
His art has been displayed in dozens of one-man and group exhibitions. His works can be found in institutions such as the Smithsonian Museum of African Art and World Bank headquarters in Washington, D.C., the Victorian and Albert Museum in London, the MacArthur Foundation in Chicago, and the State House in Lagos, Nigeria.
We just need to figure out how to change our riches into wealth. We need to do more of that. It's one thing to be rich, it's another thing to be wealthy. So, and you have to create that wealth from your riches. You know? And I see art as one of those that this country has failed to really see as a tool for creating wealth. Look at the Nollywood actors only. Virtually every home in America, in Europe, essentially where even not only just people of color, some white folks too. They enjoy watching Nollywood. They enjoy looking at our art. They know all our artists, ranging from Bruce Onobrapea to Yusuf Grillo to Yinka Adeyemi to Jimoh Brahima to Twin 77 to Jerry Buhari and hosts of others. They know all, and my name, of course. So I'm appealing to our government, if you don't mind me saying this, that they please give an enabling environment to the business community. You know what I always say? A good artist will make a better lawyer. A good artist will make a better doctor. A good artist will make a better engineer. So what I'm saying in essence is, it will be difficult for any country to grow, to develop, when they do not take art as an integral part of their life. Because in art, there is creativity, imagination, and expansion of your scope in life.
Tunde has exhibited, taught, lectured, studied, and traveled extensively within and throughout Africa, North America, and Europe.
Nigeria is a country that has a lot of rich art heritage, and its artists are also amongst the world renowned. Visual Impressions is going to keep exploring Nigeria's culture through those impressive artists. But that you will have to find out if you're an avid viewer of the program. So, keep a date with us next week on the same station and at the same time. Thank you so much for having your time today. I am Omar Mohammed, and I hope to see you soon. Okay? Okay, I'll start that part all over again.
to Abuja, the place that unites Nigeria. NTA Parliament is a dedicated 24-hour channel that broadcasts activities of the Nigerian Senate, Federal House of Representatives, and all the 36 state houses of assembly. NTA Parliament, strengthening Nigeria's democracy.
This vaccine is safe and it has been certified safe and usable by NAFTA.
You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook at NTA Network News, Instagram at NTA Network, Twitter at NTA News Now, YouTube at NTA News Online, or visit www.nta.ng. For live streaming, visit www.nta.ng/live. Now, you can stay updated on the go, be it on your TV, iPhone, laptop, or iPad, or download the NTA mobile application from your Play Store or App Store. NTA, you can beat the rich.
Hello again and welcome to the news update at 11. The Benue State Security Council has met with community leaders of Konshisha local government area to ascertain the cause of the recent mayhem unleashed in the community. Governor Samuel Otom, who chaired the meeting, says the council condemned in strong terms the killing of 12 soldiers.
The lingering crisis between Oju and Konshisha, the meeting resolved that the demarcation of the boundary between the two local government areas be carried out as soon as possible.
And while the slain 12 soldiers in Benue State were buried at the military cemetery Urukum in Makurdi, Governor Samuel Otom was in attendance and promised to assist security agencies in fishing out the perpetrators of the attack.
I want to assure the Nigerian Army, the families, and in fact Nigerians, that attack on security men is attack on all. I equally want to apologize to the families of the bereaved. At that time that I made those comments of 2 soldiers, it was the information available to me.
Now, the downward trend of COVID-19 infections continues in Nigeria as the country recorded 74 new cases in the last 24 hours. Breakdown of the data reported by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and CDC shows that Lagos has the highest number with 30 cases. Enugu and the FCT come next with 11 cases. Akwa Ibom State recorded 8, while Osun recorded 5. Kaduna has 4, Ebonyi and Rivers got 2 cases each, while Ikiti recorded 1 case. Total number of confirmed cases stands at 163,911. 154,222 patients have been treated and discharged, while 2,061 deaths have been recorded so far. And these are the updates for now. Join me again at 1.
This is the network service of the NTA.